Welcome to the Fantasy Audiobook. Tower Defense Lord. The first 10 consecutive SSS-level talents. Chapter 41. Morang Zan. Brother Lin, is the Book of Knowledge CD ready? Harvesting a divine grade mount. Lin Shu is in a good mood today. The only friend's message was sent. Oh, woman. Lin Shu sneered, this woman deserves to be called a rich woman. To open the mouth is to pre-order the Book of Knowledge. But that's right. Talk about money, what kind of relationship are you talking about? Lin Shu, there are still 10 minutes left on the CD, how much are you going to bid? Cut. Dog man. In the Black Snow territory, Morang Zan also rolled her eyes and couldn't help complaining. This man is too stubborn, let her such a big beautiful rich woman insist on talking about money instead of relationship. It's just, straight man of steel. Morang Zan. How about a blueprint of the Book of Knowledge, and a LV2 experience and a LV3 experience? 2 cow is 2 cow, level is still very important to her. I came across a blueprint of the Book of Knowledge in the mysterious store just now, and bought it without even thinking about it. But he is not going to use it himself, but let Lin Shu upgrade his Book of Knowledge. Anyway, in her opinion, she has mastered Lin Shu's Achilles heel. In the future, it will be a matter of course to win him and keep him. If so, he will become her Morang Zan. A Book of Knowledge, doesn't it have to come back to my arms by then? The blueprint of the Book of Knowledge. Lin Shu was taken aback, but Morang Zan also got the blueprint of the Book of Knowledge. However, this woman did not choose to use it herself, but exchanged it with herself. This surprised him. The Morang family is also one of the top 10 families in the Federation. There are countless masters in the family. He would not believe that they did not have the Book of Knowledge. If Morang Zan brought the blueprint of the Book of Knowledge back to the family, you will definitely get a lot of rewards. In the end, it was used to trade with myself, just for a little experience. This is a bit intriguing. Lin Shu, okay, no problem. However, what Morang Zan thinks has nothing to do with him, it is natural to not want a Book of Knowledge for nothing. After the two had an agreement, Morang Zan initiated the transaction. A drawing of a Book of Knowledge with a white leather and blue frame was sent over. 10 minutes later, the Book of Knowledge cooled down completely. Lin Shu didn't hesitate, and directly used it on Morang Zan. Get Lord Experience 5000. Lord Level LV13 Right Pointing Arrow LV14. Acquire 10,000 Lord Experience. Seeing the sudden surge in experience, Morang Zan was very excited. The level has been raised to 14, and the experience is more than half. She will be able to rise to LV15 tomorrow morning. On the other side, in the Tower Defense territory, Lin Shu took out a blueprint of the Book of Knowledge again. The Book of Synthetic Knowledge. Acquire Book of Knowledge LV4. Book of Knowledge VL4. After using it, you can get 20,000 Lord Experience Points, CD, one day. The 4th level Book of Knowledge can be used once to gain a full 20,000 Lord Experience Points. You can almost directly upgrade to a level within level 20. Rao is Lin Shu's current level is as high as 33, and he can also get 1/3 of the experience. Lin Shu, Book of Knowledge LV4, do you want 20,000 experience points? In the Black Snow territory, Morang Zan was humming a little song and directing Skullsea to search and sweep around. While looking for treasures, looking for dead bones and recruiting skeletons. Suddenly seeing the message from Lin Shu, I was stunned. Unexpectedly came across another blueprint. Morang Zan was dumbfounded, and looked at the message from Lin Shu depressedly. The two transactions that were joyful just now are gone in an instant. The sum of the 2 times is only 15,000 experience points, but the 4th level Book of Knowledge has as much as 20,000 experience points. Although she talked about it herself, but people are like this. Don't worry about scarcity but inequality, now with the LV4 Book of Knowledge. She instantly felt as if she had been tricked. Morang Zan, 30,000 gold coins. Lin Shu, buy it now, 50,000 gold coins. Morang Zan, deal. The deal was negotiated, and the little rich lady played a trick. Lin Shu is in a better mood. The blood moon lifted into the sky above the sky, and Lin Shu didn't bother to go out and explore the surrounding area anymore. It is already very good to have a chance in the place of trial, and one should not be too greedy. Lillian, sleep. After greeting Lillian, Binky Lin lay down on his stomach under the Lord's mansion and slowly closed his eyes. Awa sneaked back to the edge of her spiritual grass garden to take root. The huge tree roots soared into the sky and swayed under the blood moon. Absorbed the essence of the blood moon, and then poured it into the spiritual grass garden around him. This time her level soared. The effect of her farming skills also doubled several times. It's time to expand the scale of my own spirit grass garden. Yes, Master. Lillian blushed when she heard the greeting. However, as a charming witch, she also has this attribute. Go back to the second floor of the Lord's mansion and serve Lin Shu to take a bath and change clothes. Then I started to practice every night. Ah, cool. An hour later, Lin Shu, who had finished the passion, came to the third floor of the Lord's mansion naked. As a lord, the body has already embarked on the road of extraordinary, so Bigu is natural. Sleep also becomes dispensable. In fact, many lords will work overtime at night to explore the surrounding areas to open up territories. Seize every minute and every second of development opportunity to improve your strength. Choosing to sleep at night in the trial land is a bit wasteful. As the tower defense lord, Lin Shu had no choice last night. Naturally, you can't neglect tonight. From time to time, clusters of sword rain will shoot out from the arrow tower in the territory, piercing through the darkness to penetrate the body of a certain beast. Within 20,000 meters of the Fang Yuan territory, all existences that do not belong to friendly forces are invisible. It's just that under the dim light, even Lin Shu couldn't find it. The death of every ferocious beast will increase the darkness in the sky a little bit. A place of trials. Lin Shu looked at the dim field in a daze. Everything here was only seen in books. The legendary Chaos battlefield is far more dangerous than the land of trials. The beasts there have no reason to speak of. What I encountered today was a weak monster of level 10 or 20, but tomorrow I might encounter a powerful semi-divine grade monster. No matter how strong the talent is, there will be times when it will die. There is no such thing as fairness. Weakness is the original sin. The monsters of the abyss will not feel that you have just become a lord and send out the same weak monsters to grow you up. Although the Alliance will give priority to arranging weak battlefields for the development of new lords, the enemy will not play their cards according to common sense. There is only one sentence there: life and death or fate and wealth is in the sky. If you don't get enough background information, going to the Chaos battlefield is all about luck. Lin Shu felt a little uneasy in his heart. He has top 10 SSS talents. As long as you don't die young, you are destined to become a god in the future. Pinning everything on luck always feels insecure. The watchtower has a higher level, and it's better to see farther away. Lin Shu looked at the watchtower as the tallest building in the territory. The watchtower of LV-128 is a full 100 meters high, with a field of vision as high as 26,000 meters. When the trial is over, it is said that the Rookie King will have additional rewards. If you can improve the vision of the watchtower, by the way, evolve a few more times in the next few days, then you will have a vision of 200,000 meters, should be enough guaranteed to be safe. Lin Shu muttered, if he let others know what he thinks. I'm afraid I can die without words. Nima has a vision of 200,000 meters. Those diamond-level lords are not so big. After a night of fruitless, Lin Shu thought a lot. This world is big and exciting, with countless magical props and skills. The benefits of the title of Rookie King are also beyond imagination, especially the Rookie King who won all 7 days. A super high score will not only get rewards from the trial ground, but also rewards from all levels of the Federation after returning to the Federation. Just like the top scorer in the college entrance examination in the previous life, the gold content is more than 1 billion times higher than the top scorer in the college entrance examination. This is the champion of countless life planets in thousands of star fields in the entire human race federation. At that time, even the top 10 families may send people to win over Shuyi Zhongli. At that time, the benefits will make him picky. Must win the Grand Slam Rookie King. Lin Shu's heart became more and more determined. The sky gradually brightens, the blood moon disappears. Instead, the sky is still gray, and the sun will never be seen here. The light came from nowhere. In one night, just by killing wandering beasts within a range of more than 20,000 meters. The harvest is no less than a wave of abyssal monster attacks. In Lin Shu's backpack, there were only hundreds of thousands of gold coins left in the mount he bought yesterday, and it became more than 300,000 gold coins again. All kinds of architectural drawings and junk equipment or other materials were packed together and thrown into the trading house. After 2 days of fermentation, the prices of items in the trading bank have gradually become normal. Those who put sky-high prices on a piece of garbage green clothes in an attempt to deceive fools are becoming less and less nowadays. The things in the trading house are enriched, and there are all kinds of weird things. Naturally, the price is also transparent, and after all, there are not so many people who are taken advantage of. Throwing Lin Shu's things in, there is no longer such a big response. Like a drop of spray in the sea, it did not stir up any ripples. At dawn, there was another roar in the sky. The 7th wave of abyssal monsters strikes again. Every day, it will be stronger and more than before. This time, a black vortex appeared in the southeast direction at the same time. Endless monsters spread out like a tide, and the 7th wave is a slime-like monster. It looked extremely disgusting. Abyss Worm LV-25. Life, 1200. Attack, 800. Defense, 0. Corrosion appearance. The surface of the worm is covered with abyss clay, which has a strong corrosion effect on the enemy and reduces the enemy's armor by 5 points. Super healing. Worms can swim freely in clay, reducing physical damage by 99%. On the 3rd day, the trial was considered as the real move. The abyss worm looks like a piece of mud and mucus from a distance, and it seems to be flooded from afar. The secondary differentiation of attributes is very serious. What and defense are extremely low, but the attack is very prominent. Coupled with the ability to corrode the appearance and reduce the armor, the output can be called explosive. Moreover, the second skill has almost completely achieved physical attack immunity, which is definitely a severe test for the new novice lord. Fortunately, there are magic attacks in the evolution direction of the arrow tower. Lin Shu secretly rejoiced that he had studied carefully in class before. He increased his output means as soon as possible, and chose additional attribute damage when the arrow tower evolved for the first time. Those lords who don't have magic means, I'm afraid this wave will be in bad luck. This is the case in the battlefield, there is not so much information. You may encounter any enemy you can think of or you can't think of. Once you don't have enough countermeasures, it is very normal to capsize in the gutter. After casually glancing at the worm, Lin Shu stopped paying attention. Looking at the 2 black vortexes, he couldn't help frowning slightly, thinking about another thing. 2 directions. Will there be 2 aurics? Lin Shu was startled. This problem is a bit serious. Everything before him was arranged with an auric as an imaginary enemy, and it was hard to see that everything was ready. Don't have an auric appearing in every direction behind, then it will be a big problem. Lin Shu stared closely at the vortex in 2 directions. Auric would appear a few minutes after each abyssal monster appeared. At this moment, he only needs to wait quietly for a while, and everything will be known. Time passed by every minute and every second, and the chat channel was gloomy. Countless lords wailed. It was only the 3rd day. Most lords have relatively simple methods, or do not have enough magic attack methods. Encountering the abyss worm is almost doomed. Although the wise lord was extremely unwilling, he chose to withdraw from the trial early. In this way, even though he lost the opportunity to become a lord, all the current strengths can still be retained. After returning to the Federation, you can find a job and live well. Other lords who were lucky enough to fall here almost 9 out of 10. I am afraid that only at the last moment will I know regret, but wait until the monster invades the territory before I want to leave. But it's too late. Auric appeared. Lin Shu stared at the vortex closely, and the familiar black shadow beside the vortex in the east slowly emerged. Originally, the location of the vortex was only about 5,000 meters away from the territory, but now Lin Shu's field of vision is nearly 30,000 meters. But he just didn't see where he came from. What's even more weird is that he came out of the darkness step by step, but it seemed as if he was stepping over from the end of his field of vision. It's a weird feeling, like, from another space, cross the space barrier and come here. Lin Shu stared wide-eyed and muttered to himself, moving in the conventional sense as from one point to another. These 2 points are under the same space, giving people the feeling that they are from far to near. But this auric seems to go from this point in another space to this point in this space. The coordinates have not changed, but the space has. This is also from far to near, but beyond the limit of Lin Shu's field of vision. It seems to appear out of thin air. Auric is the skeleton king of the abyss. Did it come from the abyss? The other end of the space is the abyss. Lin Shu felt his scalp go numb for a moment. It was because of 3,000 years of education. The fear engraved in the genes that the plane of the abyss brings to human beings. He accidentally discovered the place where the abyss might be, and it was so simple. Easily, a level 50 epic auric can easily cross over. Think carefully. The distance is too far. Take a deep breath and throw out this terrible idea. This kind of thing is considered by the high-level powerhouse. He is nothing more than a novice lord now. Even if the abyss comes and the sky collapses, he will be the tall one to bear it first. Looking away from auric, Lin Shu turned to look at Nan Feng. Suddenly the pupil shrank. Again, Lin Shu's heart seemed to stop beating instantly. Beside Nan Feng's vortex, a tall figure of black stood there quietly. His worries came true, the purgatory level difficulty that has never appeared. It was beyond imagination. In the place of trials, the abyss invades monsters from less to more. The black hole vortex will also gradually evolve from one in one direction at the beginning to besieged in all directions, including the air. On the 7th day, there will be up to 5 black hole vortices. That means, in the end he will face not 1 epic auric, not 2, but a full 5. Hiss. Thinking of this situation, even Lin Shu couldn't help but gasp. Feel the scalp tingling. Epic grade auric, the attributes are still vivid. 90 million lives, millions of attacks and defenses. Even if you don't look at skills, just look at this exaggerated attribute panel. It's enough to make your scalp tingle. Skeleton King, auric LV40. Epic Boss, life, 80 million. Attack, 2 million. Defense, 1.5 million. Skills, Roar, Battle Hunger, Counter Spiral, Elimination Blade. Lin Shu looked carefully. The second auric was worse than the first. It's just an epic boss of LV40, and the data such as life, attack and defense are also slightly lower. But still disappointing. Skills are completely different, and the specific attributes cannot be seen just from the name. How powerful it will be is still unknown. It's even more troublesome. Lin Shu's heart sank slightly. The combat power of each creature can never be reflected by simple panel data, such as lords and heroes, arms, in addition to the panel. There are also huge differences in equipment and skills. The same panel attributes. The actual combat power is very different. And as a boss, the same is true. Different skills not only represent unknown combat power. More importantly, each boss has different skills, so he needs to spend more energy to explore and defend. The difficulty is naturally higher. And if you can see the whole leopard at a glance, the attributes of the other 3 bosses who have not yet appeared may not be so simple. When the time comes to face the siege of 5 bosses, the difficulty will skyrocket exponentially. I need to improve my strength as soon as possible. By the way, the job transfer scroll. Lin Shu muttered, and suddenly pulled out a purple scroll. Hidden job change scroll, Heavenly Sword. Obtain a hidden job after using it, Tianjian job transfer task. LV30 can be used. This is one of the top resources purchased from a mysterious merchant some time ago, and its strategic value is not even weaker than that of one-click pickup and demon sword Muramasa. The value is second only to the god mount Binqi Lin. LV30 can be used. I thought it was too early. However, after the 6th wave of trial monsters ended last night, he had already met the requirements. Use. Lin Shu tore open the scroll. After changing jobs, the Lord's strength will be digitized. I can better estimate my own combat power, but the only pity is that I can only digitize my own data. It will not be counted together with equipment skills, etc., so the same panel attributes. No one will know how the combat power is except myself. Receive the hidden job transfer task, Heavenly Sword. Heavenly Sword Heart. Kill the perfect quality boss in person and face the Heavenly Sword Heart. Perfect level boss. Lin Shu frowned slightly. He had long thought that hiding a career would not be so easy. But when the task really appeared in front of me, I still felt a little surprised. The Lord, more than 10 years of education told him to put his own safety on the ground. Never putting yourself in danger is the first rule of the Lord. The strength and quantity of the arms represent the strength of the Lord. If the territory is reduced to the point where the Lord needs to act personally, then the Lord has basically come to the road of death. And the first step of the Tianjian job transfer task is to ask the Lord to personally kill a boss of perfect quality. Lin Shu frowned not because he didn't dare, but because he was a boss of perfect quality. It's not easy to find in the place of trial. This thing is entirely based on luck. After all, it is mainly used for trials. Even if there are other leftover beasts, they will stay away from the territory. After all, the abyssal monsters are not vegetarians. Even if you encounter a ferocious beast, you will have to drink hatred. Maybe you can ask Awa. Lin Shu thought about it, put the matter aside for the time being. Arrows are flying in the sky in front of the battlefield, even if the number of monsters doubles. But with the attributes of the abyss worm, it is not as good as the performance of the previous wave of magic snakes. Every arrow can easily kill in seconds. The killing efficiency has not decreased at all, and the time for Lillian to practice is still maintained. The endless abyss worms fell to the ground. The benefit of doubling the number of monsters is that the experience gained is also doubled. Even if the number of arrow towers has increased by 200, it has finally reached the evolutionary level again. Arrow Tower LV-150 Right Pointing Arrow LV-151. The arrow tower breaks through the upper limit of the level for the third time, triggering super evolution. Please choose the direction of evolution within 10 seconds. 1. Double attack power. 2. Life growth doubled. 3. Experience required for leveling up is reduced by 50%. 3 evolutionary directions appeared in front of Lin Shu. Lin Shu's eyes lit up when he saw the third attribute. This is simply a divine grade attribute. Although there is no ideal direction for continuing to evolve buffs, reducing the leveling experience also means that you can level up faster. Can get more evolution opportunities. In contrast, the first and second items are dispensable, which seems to greatly improve the panel properties. It's actually useless. The foundation of this thing is too poor, and double is also rubbish. Choose 3. Without hesitation, Lin Shu completed the third evolution direction selection. Congratulations to Lord Novice Lin Shu for being the first to clear the 7th wave of abyssal monster invasion. The vast sound of the sky resounded through the trial ground again, and the thunderbolt turret blasted a thundercloud fiercely. The group of abyss worms who kept Lillian for practice were instantly killed, and the 7th wave was also completely passed. One-click pickup. The well-loved part of cleaning the battlefield doubles the number of monsters. Naturally, the income also doubled. Just this wave of gold coins alone cost more than 500,000 yuan. If other lords knew about it, their jaws would drop in shock. Of course, this is also related to the increase in monster level. In the first wave, an average of 3 monsters would drop 1 gold coin, but now basically one monster can drop about 2 or 3 gold coins. More than 500,000 gold coins, less than 200,000 monsters. More than 400 arrow towers have all been upgraded to LV-178, and the level of thunder turret has finally caught up. Reached LV-176. Thunder turret LV-176. Life, 8,800,000. Attack, 352,000. Defense, 264,000. Rate of fire, 10. Range, 1800 meters. More than 100 levels of thunder turrets, the attributes are outrageous. Generally speaking, buildings that can be upgraded to this level must be at least gold level lords to qualify. However, it is installed in a novice territory at the moment. It is somewhat perverted. The rate of fire rises to the top, 10 rounds per second. And the thunder turret is a range attack. One shell can hit Fang Yuan 100 meters. It's a group killing engine. The attack of more than 300,000 is also a proper way to output madness. With the talent of Super God Sniper. With the shooting range of more than 400 arrow towers, Fang Yuan can shoot anywhere within tens of kilometers. If this shell goes down, the perfect level boss will be cool. Lin Shu secretly smug, if not really cash-strapped. He built dozens of thunder turrets up and down, and when he went to the chaotic battlefield, he directly bombarded Fang Yuan for dozens of kilometers without stopping. All demons and ghosts must be wiped out for him. Powerful lord, take a look. Secretly complacent, It's time to enjoy hearing and seeing again. The mysterious businessman reappeared outside the territory with his large backpack on his back. How many items did you bring this time? Lin Shu stared closely at the face of the mysterious businessman and asked. However, to his disappointment, the mysterious businessman did not answer, and there was no expression on his face wearing a mysterious mask. He just opened his backpack on his own, and 5 items were displayed in front of Lin Shu. 3 pieces of equipment and 1 purple card. Lin Shu was overjoyed. The card-shaped ones are usually drawn from architectural drawings. Purple means that you can extract a purple architectural drawing. Definitely something good. Lin Shu first looked at the first piece of equipment, which was a pendant-like pattern. Tianma pendant. Orange epic. Lord equipment. Equipment level. LV 30. Attack plus 14%. Crit rate plus 6%. Crit damage plus 145%. Set 1 quarter. Celestial pendant. Tenmin necklace. Tianma ring. Tianmin bracelet. Set attributes. Life plus 100%. Attack plus 100%. Crit rate plus 10%. Crit damage plus 100%. Price. 180,000 gold coins. Epic set jewelry. After clicking on it, Lin Shu felt even happier. Other attributes don't matter. The attributes that increase the critical strike rate and critical strike damage have greatly improved him today. There is the red legendary Heaven Michael's sword. 100% explosive damage will bring 100 times the damage. Any increase is much greater than an increase of 180,000 in attack. And this is actually one of a whole set of epic jewelry sets. Once the set attributes are assembled, it will be extremely abnormal. Buy it. Taking it down without hesitation, Lin Shu couldn't wait to look at the second one. The mysterious merchant link after each battle is like opening a blind box. The most anticipated. The second piece is also a piece of equipment, but it is a bit ordinary compared to the first piece. Whirlwind axe. Green excellent. Equipment level. LV 30. Attack plus 850. Attack speed minus 5%. Broken blade. When attacking, it will cause bleeding effect to the enemy. Collection. 1,000 gold coins. Rubbish. Lin Shu curled his lips speechlessly. It turned out to be a green weapon. In his opinion, attributes are simply hot eyes. But this is only in his opinion. If other lords see it, they will be pleasantly surprised. The huge axe weapon has a large attack range, and the attack bonus is as high as 850. Combined with the 30th level arms, it's even enough to instantly kill the 7th wave of abyssal monsters. And it also comes with a bleeding effect, which can barely be counted as a small best. Lin Shu bought it casually, and looked at the third product. This is a purple token, which cannot be seen from its appearance. Boss summoning token purple perfect quality. After using it, you can randomly summon a lord of the same level as the abyss purple perfect quality boss, and you can get a lot of gold coins after killing it. Price. 10,000 gold coins. Boss summon token. Lin Shu's eyes lit up. This kind of thing has only been heard in Legendary. It is said that it is a product unique to the Land of Trials, almost equivalent to a boy who gives money. The source is only the way of the mysterious merchant, as long as there is generally no situation where the Lord does not have the strength to kill. After all, being able to meet the mysterious businessman already shows that the strength of the Lord belongs to the first echelon. And this kind of boss does not explode any equipment and resources, only gold coin bounties. Get a certain bounty after killing, the amount is calculated according to the level. Generally, it is 10,000 times the level of the Lord. I'm level 35 now. After killing, I get 350,000 gold coins, a steady profit of 340,000. Lin Shu was overjoyed, but the most important thing was that his job change task just happened to kill a boss of perfect quality. I was still having a headache where to find it before, but I didn't expect it to be delivered to my door now. Take it. Lin Shu bought it without hesitation, and then continued to look behind. The fourth piece is a boots equipment. Storm boots. Orange epic. Lord equipment. Equipment level. LV 30. Life plus 100,000. Mana plus 100,000. Defense plus 1,200. Injury reduction plus 6%. Movement speed plus 10 meters per second. Gust. Double the movement speed within 30 seconds after opening. Price: 88,888 gold coins. Another piece of epic level lord equipment, Lin Shu pouted. The same as epic equipment, this attribute will be quite different. The only bright spot may be the damage reduction attribute, which can reduce the damage caused by the enemy to yourself. Someone in Legendary specially piled up this attribute, and piled it up to 70 or 80%. Almost equivalent to invincible. Take it out and sell it, it must be able to sell for a good price. Lin Shu murmured and took a picture of it, and he can wear it by himself in the trial place. After going out, sell them. Those who specialize in collecting such equipment will spend a lot of money to buy them. The last item is a purple card. Purple card. Randomly select a purple architectural drawing of order 3 to 6. Price: 100,000 gold coins. Yeah, it turned out to be of the 3rd to 6th order. Lin Shu was overjoyed from the bottom of his heart. This can be described as an unexpected surprise. The architectural blueprint of the boneyard that was sold before was a 3rd order purple, which was sold for a full 100,000 gold coins plus a high price of 3 million gold coins after it was sold. If I can draw a more advanced, or even a 6th order purple architectural blueprint this time. Do not sell tens of millions of gold coins. Take it. Lin Shu directly took it down, and the mysterious businessman's backpack was emptied again. Powerful lord, goodbye by fate. The mysterious businessman is still like an NPC template, leaving a sentence and disappearing. Open the purple card. Lin Shu ignored it, took out the purple card and opened it directly. Obtain the Dire Wolf Fighter Lair, Tier 5 Purple. A pleasant notification sound came, and a purple blueprint appeared in his hand. It turned out to be the 5th order purple blueprint. Wolf Fighter Lair, Blueprint. 5th order purple. After using it, you can build a wolf fighter lair and recruit Tier 5 purple wolf fighters. Nice one. There are tens of thousands of soldiers in the world, and he has never heard of the name of the wolf fighter. But the Tier 5 purple unit should not be underestimated, at least it is stronger than his thunder turret. If someone wins, not to mention the first place in the trial ground, it is absolutely appropriate to be among the top 3. This thing, at least the price starts at tens of millions. Lin Shu felt excited. Tier 5 units are generally considered low level when they go to the battlefield of chaos. The purple unit is enough for people to use the Gold Lord to not be eliminated. The price is by no means comparable to a 3rd tier burial ground. It's done, it's time to start changing jobs. Lin Shu didn't rush to put up the 5th order purple architectural blueprint, but took out the boss summoning token. Use directly. Boom. Outside the territory, a purple hexagram vortex emerged. It is a bit similar to the scene of recruiting Bing Qilin yesterday, but the movement is obviously much smaller than it. Bing Qilin, who was sleeping on the side of the Lord's mansion, was awakened by this movement. He raised his head and looked suspiciously at the purple vortex in the distance, as if asking Lin Shu what it was. Xiaobing, it's time for us to set off. Lin Shu issued an order to prohibit attacks on all buildings, and then called Bing Qilin with a smile. Bing Qilin jumped up excitedly, raised his head to the sky and roared. Lin Shu also jumped directly onto Bing Qilin's back. The Heaven Michael sword came out of his hand. One person, one Qilin stood quietly beside the purple vortex, quietly waiting for the arrival of the boss. The boss is only LV-35. Humble human, who is summoning the great Murloc guard. The purple vortex expanded slightly, and a trident emerged from it. The infiltrating roar unique to the abyss came from it. Then a huge catfish appeared in place. Murloc guard LV-35 bounty boss. Purple perfect. Life, 1,050,000. Attack, 36,000. Defense, 14,000. Skills, Shadow Dash, Murloc Smashing. The giant catfish stood up, its 2 fins turned into a hand holding a trident. The 2 scarlet eyes on the fish's head stared like light bulbs, and the words stopped abruptly as if they were stuck in the neck. 2 hot lips with black beards drooping in the wind gradually opened up, and a fish face unexpectedly showed a ghostly expression. God, divine beast. The Murloc guard's face gradually became stiff, and he raised his head to look at the enemy in front of him with difficulty. The unique divine power that belongs to the beast makes it feel breathless. This is the suppression from the depths of the blood. I can't tell the truth, but there is no data, but it really exists. Let it not even have the courage to make a move. Die. Lin Shu looked at the boss speechlessly, a little bit dumbfounded. The attributes are so-so, at best there are only 2 more skills. The Heaven Michael sword in his hand directly pierced into the body of the unsuspecting murloc guard. A huge bright red figure floated from its head. -1,050,000. Quote. The murloc guard's eyeballs protruded instantly, his mouth opened ho-ho and he couldn't make a sound. Then the huge body instantly collapsed to the ground like a dead fish. Congratulations to Lord Novice Lin Shu for killing the bounty boss murloc guard and getting 350,000 gold coins. A heavenly sound suddenly sounded, and Lin Shu was surprised. I didn't expect that there would be a world announcement for killing the bounty boss. Right now, the first wave of trials on the 3rd day is over, and all the lords are chatting lively or showing off their achievements just now. Or sell equipment that you don't need, intending to sell it for a good price by fooling a fool. Suddenly, a sound from the sky struck, which immediately cheered everyone up. Then, the chat channel exploded in an instant. Bounty boss. The boss is indeed a boss, he can even kill the bounty boss. Hiss. The boss is so terrifying. Is the boss still missing a pendant on his leg? Lin Shu big brother, can you give me some gold coins? I can fly to you after I get out, and you can do whatever you want. No, why is it only 350,000 gold coins? Why is Lin Shu only LV35? Yeah, it's a little bit wrong. Could it be that we are wrong, and the difficulty of Lin Shu is not so high? I'm already LV35, what's the situation? Quote. The world channel was in an uproar, but with someone's question. All of a sudden, everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, and the atmosphere suddenly became strange. LV35, can't say low. But the level is definitely not high. Normally speaking, to upgrade to LV35, a total of more than 100,000 experience is needed. That is to say, it can be achieved by killing hundreds of thousands of monsters. Now it is the 7th wave of the trial ground. In other words, an average wave only needs less than 20,000 monsters. A wave of 20,000 is a desperate situation for Lord Common. But the reason why the strong are strong is because they are not common people. The land of trials is generally divided into 6 modes according to difficulty: easy, common, medium, hard, hell, and purgatory. Those with no talent and those with only a single talent below S level are generally easy difficulty. Hundreds to 1,000 monsters in a wave of trials are almost enough. If there are 2 talents, or a single S-level talent, then there will be common difficulty, and the number of monsters will be 1,000 to 2,000. The stronger the talent, the higher the difficulty. The number of monsters will also increase. It may seem dangerous, but it is actually an opportunity. After all, in the land of trials, abyssal monsters are the greatest resources. The more powerful ones, the better, the more you kill, the higher your income. Lin Shu, as a strong player who has won 7 consecutive Rookie Kings, according to their speculation, is at least 2 strong players who started with SSS-level talents. The difficulty is at least the difficulty of hell, and some people even suspect that it is the difficulty of purgatory. Each wave of monsters starts at least 50,000, and normally the level has risen to at least 40 or even 50. But now, it turns out that Lin Shu is only LV35. Could it be? Master guessed wrong. Lin Shu is even just a hard difficulty. In the Black Forest territory, Han Zhengyu murmured inconceivably. This scene surprised him too. After astonishment, then ecstasy. Originally, I had a little bit of regret because I offended a tower defense lord who was against the sky. Now it seems, Mo Biadao, and this woman Morang Zan, I thought it was some kind of genius who was fawning on. Han Zhengyu sneered, with a playful smile on his face. He could almost imagine the expressions on the faces of Mo Biadao and Morang Zan at this moment. It's just hard difficulty. In another Shuizawa territory, Mo Biadao also shook his head speechlessly. I can't help but secretly rejoice in my heart, fortunately. I planned to spend a lot of money to buy the blueprint of the thunder turret and gave it to Lin Shu, but he rejected it. Otherwise, I am afraid that I will be completely reduced to a laughingstock now. Young master thinks highly of you. If that's the case, don't worry about being rude. Mo Biadao's face became colder, and he murmured. In the land of singing birds and fragrant flowers, a beautiful young girl's face was also stunned. Then he shook his head with a smile. Looks like you're just a lucky one. I'm afraid today will be your last afterglow. Next, the real strong will start to appear. Leng Shuyao thought silently in her heart, without any disturbance. Black snow territory, island territory, somewhere magma eruption territory. One after another, the low-key powerhouses hiding in the trial grounds couldn't help their eyes flickering at this moment. He was also extremely surprised by this news, and had different thoughts. In the tower defense territory, Lin Shu glanced at the chat channel. Gently turn it off. He didn't expect that this incident would cause such a misunderstanding. How could these people know? The SSS-level talent has 10,000 times the experience, which makes his unit level far surpass that of the monsters of the abyss. Killing them can only force you to gain a little experience, and changing them to him, the Lord, will shrink them 10 times. Others kill a monster to get a little Lord experience, but he can only get 0.1. If not, he would have to be at least level 60 right now. If you misunderstand, just misunderstand, a good thing. Lin Shu smiled faintly, turned off the greeting from Morang Zan and did not reply. Instead, he looked at his taskbar. Professional transfer task. Heart of Heavenly Sword has been completed. Successful job transfer. Congratulations on obtaining the hidden profession, Heavenly Sword. A series of prompts came, and Lin Shu seemed to feel a mysterious force appearing in his body. Flowing among the limbs and bones, you can feel the changes in your body every moment. This feeling is the process of digitizing the body. When the transformation is completely completed, it will be when he has successfully changed jobs. Today is a good day, everything you want can come true. The job transfer task was unexpectedly completed so smoothly, Lin Shu was not in a much better mood. It's only the third day of the trial ground, and he has no advantage other than the Lord level. Other benefits have far exceeded the previous rookie kings. But now there are still 4 days to go, according to this progress. He is even sure that he can be promoted to a gold rank Lord directly after leaving the trial ground. The Dire Wolf Fighter Lair. Lin Shu returned to the 3rd floor of the Lord's mansion and took out another purple architectural drawing. I am considering whether to auction this thing in advance now, or sell it after leaving the trial ground. After going out, the selling price must be several times higher than now, but the gold coins at that time were not equal to the current value at all. There is no way to accept other people's help in the trial ground, all gold coins can only be obtained here. But after going out, those big families and powerful people, you can easily obtain wealth that common people can't imagine in a lifetime, and you can stand at the end of common people at the beginning. At that time, even if tens of millions of gold coins were sold, it will not gain too much advantage. It's better to pre-sell. Sell a little gold coins, plus a part of the gold coins after going out. After a little thought, Lin Shu made a strategy. It is very necessary to obtain more gold coins in the trial ground, not to mention just the mysterious merchant here. Just the good things he bought, one click to pick up the scroll, the sealed demon sword Muramasa, the legendary weapon Paradise Michael's sword, the hero Lilian, the god Mount Ice Keelin, etc. Any item can be sold for a sky-high price, and it is not uncommon to even trigger a battle between glorious king-level lords. The price cannot be measured in gold coins at all. Do as soon as you think of it. Lin Shu directly activated the voice transmission for thousands of miles. Thousands of miles. Lin Shu. Crazy Wolf Fighter's Lair Blueprint, 5th Order Purple Architectural Blueprint. Starting price 20W gold coins plus 500W gold coins. Friends who need it are welcome to bid, the highest price wins. Paste the 5th Order Purple Architectural Drawings, anyone can click to view the properties. The chat channel that hadn't calmed down exploded again in an instant. 5th Order Purple Architectural Blueprint. Hiss, who can buy this shit? Lin Shu is out of his mind, right? If he sells this thing, he doesn't want the title of Rookie King, does he? I also think that if you sell this thing, at least tens of millions of gold coins will start. Isn't it a waste to sell it in the trial place? Not necessarily, I think he just wants to fight again. Sell some money and build more tower defenses to hope to keep the title of Rookie King. That's right, he's only LV 35, Obviously we overestimated him. I guess he's a little bit powerless now and we can only give it a go. But if someone gets this thing, he still wants to win the title of Rookie King. Quote. A fifth-order purple architectural drawing instantly made everyone gasp. After all, the trial ground is just a trial ground, and the highest unit that can appear is only the 5th rank, that's all. Previously, Han Zhengyu's blue architectural blueprint made everyone excited, if it wasn't for the Tower Defense Lord's exclusive. I'm afraid that everyone will have to break their brains to fight for it. But now this one by Lin Shu is not just a purple architectural drawing. It is also the lair of wolf fighters that most lords can use. That familiarity, just looking at it is enough to make all common leaders salivate. Of course, it's just drooling. That expensive price is destined not to be something they can get their hands on. The real auction object belongs to the strong. Thousands of miles Mo Biadao. Brother Lin, I offer 20W plus 1000W gold coins, I want this blueprint. Sure enough, the chat channel is still frantically swiping the screen. Thousands of miles has already had the first person to bid. In the territory of Mobay Road. His eyes lit up instantly. As a member of the Mohist family of the top 10 families, it would be a lie to say that he has no idea about the title of the newcomer king. However, Lin Shu was too strong before, and he was a little bit dissatisfied at first. But before just now, he had already resigned to his fate. After all, there was Lin Shu before, Han Zhengyu, Morang Zan and even Xie Wendong later. Lin Shu has been re-elected for 7 consecutive terms, and even if they win it once or twice, it will not help. But just now, Lin Shu's grade was accidentally exposed. It's only level 35. This shows that they all overestimated Lin Shu. Maybe it's just that the first talent is stronger, coupled with the early advantage of the Tower Defense Lord. That's why it looks so powerful. But with the passage of time, the level of the Lord has improved. Slowly the second talent, the third talent, and even the best of them like them have even awakened the 5th talent. Lin Shu's advantage is rapidly disappearing, which means Lin Shu may not be able to get the title of Rookie King. Mobay Road, which had been planning this goal, with the appearance of the 5th order purple architectural drawings, immediately stopped breathing. He knew what this blueprint meant. It meant the title of this year's Rookie King. Whoever gets this blueprint will surely win this year's Rookie King. For this title, no matter how much gold coins are spent, it is worthwhile for the people of their family. Gold coins have become a number for them, on the contrary face is the main channel of competition between them. Every newcomer trial, when common people are still working hard to survive. There is a family ranking between their worlds, and there are more people in the family who have achieved good results. Even if you win honor for your family, you will be rewarded greatly when you go back. At that time, no matter how much gold coins you spend, you will still make a profit without losing money. Therefore, this drawing, he must take it. It's a pity that there are not a few people who have the same idea as him. The top 10 families have great achievements, with thousands or even tens of thousands of family disciples. In each session, there are basically people who are adults to participate in the newcomer trial, and they are naturally not fools. Thousands of miles. Han Zhengyu. Brother Mo wants to win 10 million. This is 15 million less. Han Zhengyu can't care about the grievances with Lin Shu now, who will be against strength. The second one kept up with the bid and added 5 million directly when he opened his mouth. Thousands of miles. Lang Shuyao. I pay 20 million. Thousands of miles. Morang Zan. 25 million, plus 250,000 for the trial site. 1,000-mile voice transmission. Dongfanghong. 30 million. Plus 300,000 for the trial ground. The price skyrocketed at an astonishing rate. The entire chat channel went silent in an instant, and countless common lords stared wide-eyed. His eyes turned green with envy, and he wished he could snatch that blueprint and sell it by himself. This terrifying price soared from the starting price of 5 million gold coins to more than 30 million in an instant. Familiar or unfamiliar names are born one by one. The names may not be familiar, but the surname is familiar to everyone. Of the top 10 families, all of them appeared without one falling behind. In order to grab a purple architectural drawing roll, it's outrageous. 5th order purple architectural blueprint. On the endless sea in the place of trials, a small island stands out. Xie Wendong couldn't help but breathe heavily as he watched thousands of miles of sound transmissions one after another. His face was a bit ugly, as a member of the Xie family, one of the top 10 families. Even Mo Biadao, Han Zhengyu and his ilk don't take it very seriously. Not to mention a little unknown Lin Shu. The title of Rookie King is an unimaginable honor for common people. Represents the supreme honor and reward. But for them, it is just one of the medals in life. The gold content is far less than the surname of a top 10 family. The so-called literary and martial arts learned are sold to the emperor's family, and they are the emperor. Of the previous rookie kings, 80% of them will join the top 10 families. 10% of the other 20% died in an accident, and only the last 10%. Only then can he barely look like a human being, but he is far from being an enemy of their top 10 families. The moment Lin Shu didn't give face, the ending was already doomed in his heart. Today is Lin Shu's death day. Death sooner or later, don't waste good things. Xie Wendong sneered and murmured, he didn't bid. The things of a dead man, the inheritance is destined to be his. How can Lin Shu be allowed to sell to others for gold coins? Duel card, use it. With a sneer, Xie Wendong took out his ace duel card. Target, Lin Shu. A black flame instantly burned the duel card, and the black smoke drifted away. Lin Shu's face leaked out of the music. Then dissipated in the air. The duel field is being built. The assets of both parties are being checked. Xie Wendong. Tier 3 Purple Troop Building 3 Lion's Lair, Tier 4 Blue Troop Building Desert Giant Scorpion Lair, Tier 2 Blue Troop Building. 76W Gold Coins, some materials. Lin Shu. Level 1 White Arrow Tower 451, Level 2 Green Watchtower 1, Level 5 Blue Thunder Turret 1, 6-star Hero 2, Gold Coin 89W, some materials. Duel field completed. Do you want to force a duel? More than 400 arrow towers. Looking at Lin Shu's property list, Xie Wendong's eyes widened in confusion. A green watchtower can understand. After all, this is the standard configuration of tower defense lords. But what the hell are more than 400 arrow towers and a 5th-tier thunder turret? In terms of money, Lin Shu is definitely not bad as the rookie king who won 7 times in a row. How is it possible to build only one thunder turret? And, how did he manage to become the rookie king 7 times in a row by relying on more than 400 rubbish first-level building arrow towers? But there are actually 2 6-star heroes. If you don't understand it, you don't bother to think about it. Looking back, Xie Wendong was pleasantly surprised. Heroes really depend on luck. Although he has extraordinary talent and he cheats as a member of the Xie family. Now it is only powerful in terms of unit construction and gold coin materials and equipment, and there is really no such thing as a hero. But I didn't expect Lin Shu to be so lucky. He got 2 heroes and they were all 6 stars. The highest hero is 10 stars, and 6 stars can already be regarded as a high-level hero. However, it will all be Ben's later. Xie Wendong muttered with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Lin Shu's property was a big surprise for him. Focus on opening the material and look inside, when you see a 5th order drawing of purple lying there quietly. He was relieved. Originally, I planned to do it again tonight, but I decided to advance it mainly because of this blueprint. I still want to sell what I have. Do you want to build those garbage arrow towers if you sell it? Waste everything. Xie Wendong curled his lips in disdain, and chose to start a forced duel without hesitation. Huh, what's the situation? In the tower defense territory, Lin Shu was sitting on the sofa sipping red wine. Lillian in her arms is working hard with her head down. This kind of day is not too beautiful. Suddenly, my heart throbbed. Lin Shu sat up straight involuntarily, looking around in surprise. There is a faint feeling of uneasiness. What's the matter, master? Lillian spat out the huge thing in her mouth, raised her head and looked at Lin Shu with winking eyes and asked. In the next second, without waiting for Lin Shu to answer, a crack in space suddenly appeared, swallowing Lin Shu instantly. Disappearing in the Lord's mansion, there is only a hexagram formation vortex slowly rotating in the air. Owner. Lillian was taken aback for a moment, then her expression changed dramatically and she exclaimed. Roar. Bing Qilin, who was lying prone under the Lord's mansion, also suddenly raised his head and let out a roar. A trace of murderous intent flashed in Tongaling's big eyes, and he jumped up and rushed into the hexagram formation in an instant. Owner. Lillian finally came to her senses and didn't bother to pack her clothes. Also jumped up and wanted to enter it, but Binkylan entered it unimpeded and disappeared. But she bounced back as if she had hit a transparent glass. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get into it. What's this? Lillian's face was livid, and she watched the hexagram formation uneasily. Even though she has inherited memory, she doesn't know what it is. After all, the charming witches are not a powerful race. It's not even as good as today's human race, and the things they know are very limited. On the other side, Lin Shu appeared in a strange space with a look of astonishment. Without thinking too much, he hurriedly stood up and packed his clothes in embarrassment. Then there was time to look around. This place seems to be a void space, and the surroundings under the feet are all empty. It's like stepping on the air, but it has the substance of the ground. Just when he had no idea, a blue hexagram array appeared out of thin air 100 meters away. In the next second, a handsome young man appeared on the spot. Who are you? What is this place? Lin Shu frowned slightly and observed the other party vigilantly, feeling faintly familiar. Xie Wendong looked at Lin Shu's face opposite, showing a mocking smile. A dual card is a rare treasure. It is a treasure newly produced by his Xie family. The cost is not too high, but it can be called a strategic treasure. This year is the first time to take it out and use it, and it is normal for outsiders not to know. This is exactly what he enjoys the most, the sense of superiority brought about by this information gap. Get him drunk. Master Ben, don't talk to dead people. Xie Wendong looked Lin Shu up and down, seeing Lin Shu's handsome face like a knife-cut axe. A trace of jealousy could not help rising in my heart. Thinking of him, Xie Wendong can be regarded as handsome and extraordinary, but he is born with a feminine temperament. Masculinity is what he wants most, but it shows up in the enemy. A trace of violence could not help flashing in my heart. Lin Shu, I plan to marry you again tonight, but you absolutely shouldn't, and sold your blueprints for money. Xie Wendong's eyes flickered with killing intent. He planned to kill Lin Shu directly. But now I plan to have a good time and let him die like this. It's too easy. Your drawings. Lin Shu was slightly panicked on the surface, but calm in his heart. Listening to the other party's words, the complexion was weird, and an image instantly overlapped and merged with the other party's face. After all, there are not many people with such good looks but a feminine face. You are, Xie Wendong. Xie Wendong frowned, unexpectedly being recognized by Lin Shu. Although he is a member of the Xie family of the top family, he is fairly low-key. Even in the chat channel, he didn't say much. The only person who showed up was to bid twice when he wanted to bid for the burial ground of the Third Order Purple Building. But both times he was pushed down by Morang Zan, but he misunderstood that Lin Shu deliberately wanted to blackmail him and started to kill him. You're quite knowledgeable, but what's the point of recognizing it? Today is your death date. After you die, all the units and buildings in your territory, including the 2 heroes and your gold coins, will become my own. Xie Wendong looked at Lin Shu with a sneer, his eyes full of mischief. He wanted to see the panic and regret in Lin Shu's eyes, but he was disappointed. There was only surprise in Lin Shu's eyes. He was really surprised that Xie Wendong knew that he had 2 heroes. This is the arena space. The loser perishes, and the winner kills all. Lin Shu asked in surprise, knowing that there are all kinds of weird things in the Lord's world. But the appearance of this thing is still a bit beyond his cognition. Forced duels. If this thing falls into the hands of the strong, it will be a disaster for other weak people. If you fancy something, you will directly force a duel with you. If you kill you, you can even take away your territory. How domineering. It's my master who underestimated you. It's a pity that you offend no one, but this master. Xie Wendong was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Lin Shu to see the essence of the dual card at a glance. There was a bit of pity in his tone. This Lin Shu is a talent. It would be great if I could surrender to him. The people of their big family are very beautiful outside, but in fact, there are many factions and fierce competition inside the family. Although they can still live a prosperous and wealthy life without strength, what the common people dream of is rubbish in their eyes. Only with tyrannical strength can one gain the right to speak. In order to have greater rights and resources, even gamble to become a god. An excellent tower defense lord is also very necessary for them. Offended you? Lin Shu looked at him suspiciously, and couldn't help complaining in his heart. People in these big families all have a common problem. If others don't show face, they will be called offended. It is obviously a normal auction, and if others bid high, they will sell it to others. How could this be an offense? Every man is innocent, but he is guilty. Lin Shu shook his head. The ancients never deceived me. Weakness is the original sin. Forget it, it's too late to say anything now. Once the duel card is opened, there is no turning back. Xie Wendong didn't see the fear in Lin Shu's eyes, and lost the pleasure of playing with his prey. I didn't bother to talk nonsense with him right now, so I took out a thin sword directly. You can leave only if one person dies. Your title of Rookie King will be handed over to Ben Shao, and you will die. Xie Wendong stabbed straight at Lin Shu with a flick of his rapier. His fighting state was like a different person. The originally slightly feminine face is now a little more heroic. If other girls see it, they will be fascinated. It's not certain who will die. Lin Shu was not to be outdone, and got the news he wanted. He has no time to worry about the consequences of killing Xie Wendong. The situation is now very clear. Both must die. Although his level is only 35 now, he has 2 pieces of epic equipment and 1 piece of legendary equipment all over his body. The other parts are also perfectly equipped with purple, which is definitely enough to crush Xie Wendong. Lin Shu was so confident that he swung the huge sword straight away. Domineeringly hit Xie Wendong's rapier. There is a giant sword and a thin sword between the two. Any fool will know the result of the collision. Although Lin Shu has little combat experience, he also knows how to use his advantage. However, the ending was quite different from what he expected. Hiss. The left arm was cold for a while, and then there was severe pain. Xie Wendong's thin sword turned out to be a soft sword, and at the moment when the two intersected, it bypassed his giant sword like a whip. The tip of the sword touched his left arm like a poisonous snake, and blood spurted out immediately. How can it be? Lin Shu's complexion changed. He didn't expect that he would be at a disadvantage as soon as he fought against each other. Hee, do you think the top 10 families are called for nothing? Xie Wendong was not surprised by this ending. He looked at Lin Shu with a sneer. The software kept attacking Lin Shu like a poisonous snake. A thin sword no longer than 1.2 meters long, Lin Shu seemed to be facing thousands of poisonous snakes at this moment. The tip of the sword danced like flowers, stabbing at me from various tricky angles. But the giant sword Heaven Michael's sword, which was originally an advantage, is like a piece of scrap iron at this moment. Clumsy like a baby, unable to fight back at all. Hiss. All over the body, there was blood spurting everywhere. The two passed by almost in the blink of an eye, and Xie Wendong was not hurt at all. He took out a handkerchief and wiped the blade of the rapier, and casually threw the bloody handkerchief on the ground. As for Lin Shu, who was opposite the reflective light, his appearance at the moment was simply too horrible to look at. The whole person looks like a blood man, and there are blood holes all over his body. How miserable. Lin Shu bared his teeth and gasped for air. The physical injury was a trivial matter. The point is that this hit him hard. Originally full of confidence, I thought it was Xie Wendong's way to kill, but never expected. In front of Xie Wendong, he was so weak and defeated. How can it be? Lin Shu's face was pale, and he couldn't help laughing bitterly in his heart. Sure enough, there are countless powerful people in the world, even if his luck is against the sky and his talent is extremely high. But don't underestimate the people of the world. These top 10 families can become the top 10 families not by bragging. It's real strength, fought out from the dark history of the human race. Family disciples are not idiots. Talent may depend on luck. But strength cannot be faked. Just looking at this hand is beyond the imagination of a common person. When the people of Common were still in the 9-year compulsory education, in addition to imparting more knowledge to the lords, the members of the big family, he will also train the members of the family physically and learn martial arts in advance. I am afraid that when people like Xie Wendong have not become lords, a mortal body is enough to fight Lord Novice. The frog in the well. Xie Wendong finally felt the pleasure from Lin Shu's eyes. He brushed his rapier gracefully and looked at Lin Shu without hesitation. The top 10 families were created. Everyone knows the top 10 families and envies our life, but do you know how we spent our childhood? Xie Wendong looked contemptuously, and his feminine face was even more domineering. Recalling the bitter childhood of Wang Wang, others envied their good life and family resources. Didn't he ever envy the carefree childhood of common people? But there is no choice of birth, since I was born in Xia's family. His life is destined to be extraordinary. Understood. Lin Shu stood up slowly, nodded solemnly. Xie Wendong's battle really woke him up. In this world, no one can easily become strong. The more people in the big family, the more they pay attention to the education and growth of the younger generation. In this world, strength is paramount, and as a member of their big family, they have to shoulder more responsibilities. If you can't become stronger, what will you do to protect your family's glory in the future? People in the world often only see the glory and wealth of the children of big families, and attribute everything to them as bestowed by the family. But they ignore that they often work harder than common people. So, what do you use to fight this young master? Just rely on your few pieces of epic level equipment. Xie Wendong looked down at Lin Shu sarcastically. Everything about Lin Shu is transparent in front of him, as is his reliance on 3 pieces of epic equipment and 1 piece of legendary equipment. An unknown pawn who came out of nowhere was so lucky. The moment he saw Lin Shu's family background, he was also angry with a hint of jealousy. But not now, for soon. Everything about Lin Shu will be his. At that time, the title of this year's Rookie King must belong to him. It's just a frog in a well, but you want to turn the world upside down. Xie Wendong looked at Lin Shu indifferently, with a soft sword in his hand shaking. It became straight again, pointing at Lin Shu's face. It's over, remember to keep your eyes bright in the next life, and don't offend people you can't afford to offend. Xie Wendong had already finished what he had prepared a long time ago, but unfortunately he didn't see the expression he wanted from Lin Shu. Although he was a little surprised and flustered, he didn't have the despair and panic he had imagined. Make him feel nothing. Immediately, he thought of ending the battle. Been taught a lesson. Lin Shu solemnly cupped his fists at Xie Wendong in return. In this battle, he really benefited a lot. Relying on the top 10 SSS-level talents and unparalleled territorial strength. He was indeed a little drifting during this time, and he didn't even pay attention to the so-called 10 major families. Now it is still in the place of trial, but the ultimate goal of countless lords has been seen in the eyes. Becoming a god is regarded as something in the bag. Now this battle made him finally fall from the clouds back to the ground. It also made him recognize himself. No matter how talented he is just a LV-35 novice lord now. No matter how strong the territory of arms is, it is only power, not strength. If there is Xie Wendong's so-called dual card in this world, there must be other props with similar functions. If I continue to drift like this, it is inevitable that I will capsize in the gutter in the future. I knew today, why bother? Xie Wendong frowned, and suddenly admired Lin Shu a little. This made him unable to help slowing down his sword moves, and shook his head regretfully. A gifted lord, not a rare one in this world. After all, with a huge population base, the probability of geniuses is inevitable. But a person who is talented and able to let go of his stature. Being able to bend and stretch is the key to becoming stronger. It's a pity, it's too late to say anything now. Once the dual card is opened, there is no turning back. Lin Shu must die today. This young master made an exception today. Tell me what last words you have, and I will try my best to help you halfway after this young master goes out. Either a love for talents arises in his heart, or the enemy he is jealous of is about to die. Xie Wendong also had an open-minded emotion in his heart, and said magnanimously with his soft sword back. Then thank you. Lin Shu looked at Xie Wendong meaningfully. But, have you ever heard a word? What words? Xie Wendong's expression changed, and he asked casually while playing with the soft sword. There's a saying called, the villain dies because he talks too much. Lin Shu still had a slight smile on his face. I originally came up and killed me directly. If you are caught off guard, you still have a chance. Unfortunately. Now it's gone. For the sake of giving me such a great gift, I will also give you a chance. Do you have any last words to say? Xie Wendong frowned, looking at Lin Shu like an idiot. People are about to die. Crazy talk. What a villain died of talking too much. I want to see how you can kill me. Xie Wendong smiled angrily, pulled out his soft sword with a ferocious face. Decided not to give Lin Shu another chance. This battle must be ended now. Base. The soft sword is like a living thing in Xie Wendong's hands, either hard or soft. Appearing like a poisonous snake, the tip of the sword turned into a cloud of mist in front of Lin Shu. Instantly enveloping his whole body, it was as if hundreds of swords were stabbing at the same time. Clang. But this time, he miscalculated. There was a sound of gold and iron clashing, and the shadows of snakes all over the sky disappeared, revealing the real soft sword. The tip of the sword intersects with another giant sword. What? Xie Wendong was taken aback. His face changed drastically as he looked at the giant sword in disbelief. It is Lin Shu's paradise, Michael's sword. How is it possible? Die to me. Xie Wendong couldn't believe the scene in front of him. He pulled away and retreated quickly, and then bullied him again. Like a poisonous snake, the soft sword came out of its body with lightning and hit Lin Shu's face directly. Good swordsmanship. Lin Shu was not stingy with his admiration, and the sword of Heavenly Michael in his hand moved accordingly. HMPH, it really was a coincidence. Xie Wendong's expression relaxed, and a sneer leaked from the corner of his mouth again. His move does not seem to have so many gorgeous pictures, but in fact it is more dangerous than the previous move. The previous sword mist was named by him as the 100 snake out of the hole. It hits all the weak points on the enemy's body at the same time with extremely fast speed. Even relying on the flexibility of the soft sword, it can easily hit the enemy's back and crotch. It seems to be powerful, but in fact it can only be effective against the weak with no combat experience, but anyone with a little combat experience can defend the vitals of the whole body without being injured. But this move seems simple and hits the door directly. In fact, there is reality in reality, and there is reality in reality. The software is extremely flexible and can easily change the target even if it is only 1 centimeter away from the enemy. Once the enemy is defending towards his predetermined position, he can quickly change the target and catch people off guard. If the enemy is guarding against his real purpose, he can also hit the face directly with the falsehood as the truth. It can be described as extremely tricky. However, in the next second, I saw Lin Shu's huge sword lifted up without defending the whole body, but tilted upwards, as if facing an unexpected direction. Xie Wendong's face changed slightly in an instant. Because this position is where his sword must pass. Once it is cut by Lin Shu, it is as if the 7 inches of the snake were hit. Instantly lost combat power. Impossible. Xie Wendong was startled, so he quickly changed his tactics. The tip of the sword slanted down and only took Lin Shu's throat. However, to his horror, Lin Shu's giant sword moved accordingly. Still staring at the 7 inches of the soft sword, as long as he does not move the next moment, the soft sword will be cut off directly. As a last resort, Xie Wendong changed his tactics again. The tip of the sword slid towards Lin Shu's heart. However, the giant sword is still with us. How is it possible? Impossible. How could you break Ben Xiao's sword move? Xie Wendong broke out in a cold sweat, and he couldn't figure it out even if he tried to break his head. A moment ago, it was clear that Lin Shu was a person who knew nothing about swordsmanship, and he poked 18 blood holes with his simplest move. He can hit 10 of this kind of opponent empty-handed. But now, Lin Shu in front of him seemed to be a different person. The sword strokes are smooth and heavy, and a giant sword can keep up with the speed of his own soft sword. And the moves are all rushing to break the move, so I have to avoid their edge. I won't believe it today. Xie Wendong broke out in a cold sweat, feeling bad that this kind of trick was broken. Only those who see through everything about themselves and whose kendo attainments far surpass themselves can do it. In other words, his proud swordsmanship strength. Being completely hanged in front of Lin Shu also means that he no longer has any advantage in front of Lin Shu. This made him confused. Xie Wendong changed his moves several times in a row. The tip of his sword fell all the way from his face to his feet. But the giant sword is still like a shadow, but if he hesitates for half a second, he will directly hit it. Seeing nothing change, he was completely desperate. Blood surge. Xie Wendong roared ferociously, and a bloody arrow shot straight at Lin Shu's door from his mouth. Lin Shu was caught off guard and had to dodge. Taking this opportunity, Xie Wendong withdrew his soft sword and retreated violently. Take a breather. You deliberately lied to me. Where did you learn the art of swordsmanship? Xie Wendong retreated 100 meters violently, his right hand holding the soft sword kept shaking. With profuse sweat on his forehead, he asked angrily, aggrieved. Such things as swordsmanship can only be achieved after years of hard practice, and it is absolutely impossible to achieve it overnight. Lin Shu clearly showed before that he was a combat rookie with almost zero actual combat experience. This is also a true portrayal of most common lords. Thousands of years of education in the 293 Federation always proclaim the greatness and glory of the lords. All techniques are just floating clouds in front of the power of the Lord. This is of course not all nonsense. Some of them are true and some are false. Technique is a very general concept. In theory, all combat experience, skills, moves, supernatural powers, etc. are a kind of technique. It's just that the more advanced the technique, the more strength and physique it needs to practice. Before becoming a lord, a mortal body can only practice some basic sword skills, spear skills, boxing skills, footwork, etc. at most. These are indeed vulnerable to the power of an advanced lord, and after becoming a lord, his physical fitness has been greatly improved. Going back to learn these after embarking on the extraordinary road, it should not be twice the result with half the effort. Common people have worked hard for 10 years on the basic skills, and it only takes less than half a year for an official lord to catch up and even surpass it. Therefore, the common people only need to learn the knowledge about the Lord before awakening. That's the main job for most people. Polishing your body and exercising skills is regarded as not doing your job properly. However, a cruel fact is that, being ostentatiously ostentatious. But it is common among the big forces. People from big families like them are not only studying in childhood, but also studying. I don't go to school because the family has a lord who is far more powerful than the school teacher to personally guide me. To learn more profound and more knowledge, the spare time is to polish the physical exercise techniques. Let them have the combat power not weaker than the low-level lords before they step into the trial ground. This is why he dared to directly activate the duel card. There are key factors for Lin Shu to grasp. This world is destined to be unequal. Even if the human race is now facing the invasion of the abyss and is in a difficult situation. However, there are still various internal contradictions. The top 10 families who control all the production materials of the human race. They have the most advanced information gap, under the premise of maintaining the territory of the human race. Consolidating your position is naturally the primary goal. Xie Wendong's face was ferocious and his eyes were crazy. He couldn't figure out why Lin Shu was able to come back from adversity. That sword practice has surpassed him by several blocks. I said it, you don't believe the villain died because of talking too much. Lin Shu gave Xie Wendong a sympathetic look. Today, this big man has really refreshed his cognition. It also allowed him to straighten out his position. If Xie Wendong came up and used all his strength, he would definitely die. It's a pity. The villain died because of too many words. Is it the truth? The first time he only hurt his arm, it was doomed that Xie Wendong would never have another chance. The first time he entered this space, he tried to communicate with the territory. But found that including all buildings and heroes cannot be contacted. Only the mount, the divine beast Bingqilin turned into a beast card and lay quietly in the backpack. As long as the mind moves, it can be summoned. If Xie Wendong comes up, use all his strength, the first sword directly pierces his throat. Then he might not even have time to summon the Ice Qilin, and go directly to the duel arena. However, if he missed that opportunity, Xie Wendong was doomed to fail. What's more, now, even without Ice Qilin, he is also sure to kill Xie Wendong. Because it dragged on for a while, the power of transformation in his body was finally completely completed. Successful job transfer. Obtain. Mastery of basic swordsmanship, mastery of swordsmanship unlocked, mastery of kendo unlocked, mastery of heavenly sword unlocked. Skills, mysterious actions, swordsmanship, heaven and earth splitting sword. A pleasant notification sounded in my mind, only a basic swordsmanship is proficient. Inexplicably, there are countless sword skills in his mind, as if he has practiced sword skills for thousands of years. The Heaven Michael sword in his hand has an inexplicable sense of connection and intimacy, holding it in his hand is like flesh and blood. Feel free to move. Originally, Xie Wendong's superb sword moves were full of flaws in his eyes now. You don't even need to use your brain, you can easily crack it with just your body's muscle memory. Do Wanru's random move is like an antelope hanging horns, no trace can be found. It is also because of this passive mastery of swordsmanship that Xie Wendong can't take care of himself directly. Now he is like a peerless master who has practiced swordsmanship for thousands of years. With the powerful attributes brought by several pieces of epic equipment, Xie Wendong has no advantage in front of him now. Young master, I won't believe it today. Xie Wendong forcibly cheered himself up, he knew that there was no way out today. Live or die. With a ferocious expression, he clenched the soft sword in his hand, and raised the sword again to step forward. Well done. Lin Shu was not in a hurry, although his swordsmanship reached the level of great achievement in an instant. But after all, the fusion time is still short, and it is still a bit rusty in muscle memory. Now that Xie Wendong is a good opponent, it would be nice to just let him get acquainted. Die, die, die. Xie Wendong's face was ferocious, and his mind was running at an unimaginable high speed in this moment of desperation. The realm of swordsmanship unexpectedly broke through again at this moment. The soft sword is sometimes like a poisonous snake, sometimes like a fierce tiger, and does not attack from the rigid front. Cooperate with footwork and bodywork, toss and turn. For a while, it even brought a lot of pressure to Lin Shu. Children of the family, there really isn't a single idiot. Lin Shu was secretly shocked. Xie Wendong is so powerful. It's not the addition of noble status, but his own hard work and hard work. Not to mention the luck of birth, just this kind of hard work is definitely not something that can be achieved by just one person reincarnated into a big family. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute strength, his efforts are unbeatable. Clang. A few minutes later at 3.2, Lin Shu, who was no longer under any pressure, shot decisively. The giant sword flew across the sky, and the next second the soft sword body hit the giant sword. The soft sword instantly broke into several pieces and fell to the ground. Instead, it looked as if Xie Wendong's soft sword hit him deliberately. Defeated. Xie Wendong, who was like a madman, was shocked and finally woke up. His eyes were blank and empty, and he muttered weakly. It's over. Lin Shu raised his right hand slightly, and the huge sword lay across Xie Wendong's neck. It only takes a little effort to end this battle. For the sake of the gift you brought, do you have any last words? Xie Wendong smiled bitterly, and his eyes gradually became a little angry. You are very strong. If you can, you must fight back to the abyss. Xie Wendong closed his eyes and slammed forward fiercely. Suddenly his head fell to the ground. Chapter 51. Click. With Xie Wendong's death, the dual space shattered into pieces like glass. In the next instant, the streamer turned, and a familiar feeling came. The inexplicable connection between the territory and the Lord gave Lin Shu a great sense of security. Back to the abyss. Back in the territory, Lin Shu was still slightly dazed. Xie Wendong's last words shocked him greatly. As a time traveler, he already possessed the soul of an adult when he was educated since he was a child. Naturally, he couldn't empathize with the so-called Lord's glory, nor could he fully integrate into this world. His efforts from the beginning to the end are nothing more than the idea that he can live up to his life. Want to see the power of the Lord and enjoy the scenery of the extraordinary road. How wonderful it is to see and become a god. As for the abyss and the federation of human race, he is more like a bystander. It is a human race independent of the human race federation. But today, he felt the weight of Xie Wendong's last words. The heaviness and pain of 3,000 years of tragic history. The invasion of the abyss has been deeply implanted in the hearts of all the people in this starry sky. Eliminating the invasion is the ultimate dream of all races. Born in a wealthy family, Xie Wendong, who has received better education and resources since childhood. The more you get, the deeper the love in your heart. They can fight among themselves, they can plunder other people of the same race. But the hatred for the abyss is always ranked first. Even at the moment of life and death, the first thing that comes to mind is to fight back to the abyss. Xie Wendong, I remember you. Lin Shu muttered, his eyes gradually focused. Xie Wendong, as the first person he killed on the Lord's Road, can also be regarded as one of his teachers. This battle has benefited him a lot, so he will naturally remember it deeply in his heart. Master, Master, you are back. Master, are you okay? The duel space is broken. Lin Shu finally returns to the territory. Lillian rushed forward in an instant and asked anxiously, the worry in her tone couldn't be concealed. A pair of beautiful eyes looked up and down, and seeing Lin Shu's blood-covered wounds made him almost cry in a hurry. Don't worry, I'm fine. Lin Shu rubbed Lillian's little head and comforted him. The injuries all over his body seemed serious, but they were just skin traumas. Xie Wendong's amazing skills can't make up for the gap in attributes. Wearing 3 pieces of 26 epic, 1 legendary and several pieces of perfect equipment, Lin Shu. Even if the level is lower than him, the attributes are still much higher than him. It didn't attack the vital parts, and the damage was really a bit scraping. A little accident, it's all right now. Lin Shu smiled slightly, and the surge of mana all over his body immediately shook off the blood scabs that had already condensed on his body. The skin under the blood scab had recovered, and it was so white and smooth that even Lillian was jealous. The 8th wave of abyssal monsters is coming soon, go down and get ready. Lillian wanted to say something else, but Lin Shu asked her to go out first. This battle has benefited a lot from all aspects, not only combat experience and psychological gains. The material gain is even more luxurious. Dual card, winner lives and loser dies. The winner gets all the territory inheritance of the loser. Except for Xie Wendong's equipment and mount, everything about him will be accepted by Lin Shu. Unfortunately, Lin Shu is not an animal lord. The construction units in his territory are only one time, and only the units that have been recruited can be obtained. The building there is just a pile of scrap iron. But this is enough, Xie Wendong, as the young master of the Xie family. He is also ambitious for the title of Rookie King, and his territorial strength must not be underestimated. Lin Shu happily began to take inventory of the harvest. First of all, the only purple unit 3 lions. 3 lions V25. 3rd order purple. Defense, 52,500. Skills, ice, fire, poison. The 3-headed lions of the 3rd tier purple unit have almost the same basic attributes as the 5th tier thunder turret. The 3 skills are also passive, spit out magic balls of 3 attributes from the 3 heads respectively. There are more than 100 heads. It's no wonder that Xie Wendong has the ambition to compete for the Rookie King. This is definitely one of the most powerful units in the entire trial ground. If you haven't met Lin Shu, there is a high probability that he will be the Rookie King this year. In addition to more than 100 3-headed lions, there is only 1 2nd-level blue and 1 4th-level blue arms. His initial unit has obviously been abandoned, and it is unknown what it is. Desert Giant Scorpion, Rideable, 26. 4th Order Blue. Defense, 260,000. Skills, Tail Pillar, Ground Drilling, Poisonous Mist. The Desert Giant Scorpion, the 4th tier blue unit, is a huge scorpion. The taupe carapace on his body is like a thick armor, and the joints are full of barbs shining with a cold light. The back is like a big millstone, the tail behind it is raised high, bent over the back and hangs upside down on the head. The black-tipped glowing spikes speak volumes for their chilling venom. On the whole, it looks like a rather extraordinary unit. What's more valuable is that it also has the attribute of mounts. It can be ridden by other arms, heroes and even lords. The value is not even weaker than the 3 lions. 128 3-headed lions, 105 giant desert scorpions, really worthy of being a member of the Xie family. Counting Xie Wendong's property, Lin Shu secretly clicked his tongue. This guy is really rich enough, it's just that if the 2 waves of arms are mentioned, I don't know how many people will drool. The last is the 2nd tier blue arms. Slime IV 27. 2nd order blue. Life, 2,700. Defense, 2,700. Skills, Fusion, Split. Tier 2 blue slime, the largest number. Up to 300. The attributes seem to be very ordinary, but the skills are extremely flexible. Fusion. Multiple slimes can be merged into a whole, and the attributes are superimposed. Split. You can choose to split into multiple slimes, and there is a certain chance to split into 2 identical slimes every day. Lin Shu was dumbfounded by the 2 skills. Fusion is easy to understand. Multiple slimes are fused into one. All attributes are superimposed. A single slime seems to have rubbish attributes, and the basic attributes of life and attack and defense are only 100 points. Not worthy of the level of the second-tier blue arms. But if the number increases, it will be a bit scary. 100 fusions will turn into a giant slime with 100 times its attributes. If 1000 10,000 fusion. The familiarity is unimaginable. Plus the second split skill, which is an active skill and a passive skill. If multiple can be merged into one, then one can be split into multiple, and the passive effect has a chance to automatically divide into two every day. This perfectly solves the problem that Lin Shu cannot recruit slimes. I really deserve to be Xie Wendong, they are all good things. Lin Shu sighed secretly, the 3 arms. But all of them are good things, so he can't help but be excited. There are not many other inheritances, less than 400,000 gold coins left. There were also a lot of messy materials, and Lin Shu threw them all into the auction house. After dealing with the spoils of the duel, Lin Shu has time to watch the chat channel. I was originally auctioning the blueprint of the 5th Order Purple Building, but Xie Wendong inexplicably pulled him into the duel space and gave him a big gift. Business has been delayed. The chat channel is very quiet at the moment, only a series of question marks sent by Morang Zan in the friend message column. Lin Shu looked up one by one, and the price competition is quite fierce. Originally, everyone was raising the price after leaving the trial ground, but it turned out that Morang Zan started to make inroads. The 20W in the trial ground was also lifted abruptly to 50W gold coins, and later some people even offered more chips. What gave him a 6th Order blue architectural blueprint after he went out, gave him the status of a guest of the big family, etc. There are also bargaining chips that make Lin Shu can't help but feel excited. For example, a beautiful woman named Zan Taemin said she was willing to give him 3 triplets. Who can stand this? It's a pity that he was pulled into the duel space and didn't have time to reply. Later, it was quickly topped off by other people's higher prices. In the end, the little rich woman Morang Zan offered the highest price, at the price of 500,000 gold coins from the trial site, 30 million gold coins and a 6th level blue architectural blueprint. Keep others away. Morang Zan. Big brother, I have the highest bid, I want this blueprint. Morang Zan. Morang Zan. Where is the big brother? When will the deal be made? Morang Zan. Big brother, are you still selling it? Morang Zan. Lin Shu, are you still busy? Come back when you're done, I'll wait for you. Morang Zan. The surname is Lin. Where is the person? Sell it or not, you can say something. Lin Shu opened the friend window, and it seemed that Morang Zan's face that was gradually gnashing her teeth could be seen from the lines. A total of more than a dozen messages were sent, and they did not give up until the end. Lin Shu. I was a bit busy just now, and I can trade anytime. Lin Shu replied with shame, this is a little rich woman. The consumption power is leveraged, so you can't offend them. The last time I bought the burial ground, I already owed myself 3 million gold coins, plus this 5th Order Purple Blueprint, 30 million. I owed myself a full 33 million, and when the trial is over, I can go to the auction house to buy a few high-level architectural blueprints when I get such a large sum of money. When you go to the Chaos Battlefield, you can count on some self-protection power. In the Black Snow territory, endless skeleton warriors climbed up from the ground. Then join the battle of monsters in the abyss, and the enemies killed will turn into bones and then be transformed into skeleton warriors. From time to time, a stronger skeleton warrior, Auric. There was heavy snow on the battlefield, but black snowflakes looked a little weird. Morang Zan, with long hair and shawl, sat on the Lord's mansion with her chin propped on her hands and looked at the battlefield, but her expression was full of anger. Lin Shu. How dare to ignore Miss Ben like this? Thinking of Lin Shu and Morang Zan, I can't help gnashing my teeth. This guy sells the 5th Order Purple Blueprints, so it's fine if he doesn't contact me in advance. After he tried his best to turn the tide and paid the highest price, he even played disappearing. The person who negotiated the deal disappeared, and he didn't even reply to his own message. She even wondered if she was blocked by Lin Shu, otherwise why would he not want so much money? The 500,000 gold coins in the trial ground are worth at least 10 times that of the outside world. In addition, She bid 30 million, and there is also a 6th level blue defensive tower architectural blueprint. At least equivalent to about 50 million gold coins. This price has already seriously overflowed, and even a few people in Mobe Road ridiculed her for spending a lot of money to buy garbage. But how do these people know her abacus? Finding a partner is the same as finding a boyfriend. Some people love money and others love sex. I don't know whether Lin Shu loves sex or not, but love of money is for sure. As long as I spend a lot of money and wait until I catch him in his own bed, in his own territory, by then, his will not be hers, Morang Zan's. The people are all hers, so the money spent will be used to develop Lin Shu's territory. Isn't it equivalent to developing her? No matter how much money is spent, it can be recovered with interest. If so, what is there to feel bad about? Anyway, find a rookie King Tower Defense Lord as a partner, and the family can reimburse the public relations expenses. However, the goose is about to take it down. As a result, the object disappeared. Morang Zan was a little bit crazy and depressed. At this moment, news from my friend suddenly came. When he opened it, Morang Zan was overjoyed. Morang Zan, big brother, are you finished? Don't be in a hurry for the transaction. If you are tired, take a rest first. After the news was sent out, Morang Zan felt like she was about to throw up. Looking at it myself, I feel that I am a little tea-like, but it is said that men like this. In order to chase you, this girl has spent all her money. Morang Zan comforted herself, for such a powerful tower defense lord. Sacrifice a little, sacrifice a little. In the tower defense territory, Lin Shu looked at Morang Zan's 893 reply with a strange expression. If it weren't for the various greetings such as, old lady, and, surname Lin, he would have almost believed it. With a curl of his lips, Lin Shu initiated the transaction directly. Seeing that the 8th wave is almost over, he has to hurry up and get some money to go to the mysterious merchant to sweep the goods. Morang Zan was naturally even more eager for the successful completion of the transaction of 500,000 gold coins. The rest will have to be discussed after leaving the trial ground. After the transaction is completed, Lin Shu has time to check his own property panel. After the job transfer is completed, the Lord will complete the datization of the body. You can view your own attributes more intuitively, and you can have a clearer control over your own strength. ID, Lin Shu. Identity, Lord Novice V36. Life, 36,000. Magic Power, 36,000. Defense, 7200. Skills, Mastery of Basic Swordsmanship, Supernatural Powers, Imperial Swordsmanship, Heaven and Earth Splitting Sword. Basic Swordsmanship Proficiency. Basic swordsmanship is perfect, there is no trick to win. God's Variety. Dodge plus 35%, movement speed plus 35%. Swordsmanship. Kill the enemy with the sword and win thousands of miles. You can fly with the sword after proficiency. Heavenly Falling Sword. 3-stage attack, causing additional damage of 125%, 500%, and 1000% to the enemy respectively. Equipment. Assault Armor Epic, Gale Boots Epic, Heaven Michael's Sword Legendary, Celestial Master Crown Perfect, Tenman Pendant Epic. J. The 4-dimensional attribute looks average, let alone compared with heroes. It is far inferior to the Tier 5 Thunder Turret. But Lin Shu was very satisfied, because as a lord, combat strength cannot be reflected by simple panel attributes, and the digitization of the body is only a reflection of one's own physical fitness. He has just embarked on the road of a lord, and the template of a novice lord is probably equivalent to a rank 1 or 2 white troop in terms of arms type. Wait until the level is raised, and gradually advance to bronze lord, silver lord, etc. The basic attributes will be greatly improved. Lords are divided into 8 levels. Novice lords, bronze lords, silver lords, gold lords, platinum lords, diamond lords, epic lords, and glory lords. After breaking through the Lord of Glory, he embarked on the road to becoming a god. The strength of the whole body turns into divine power. In this realm, job transfer will become a necessary threshold. Those who haven't changed jobs can't accurately refine all the essence of themselves into divine power, and naturally they can't step into the demigod realm. When there is enough divine power in the body, you can try to build a god altar to ignite the divine fire. Once successful, you can become the supreme god. This is the ultimate pursuit of all lords. Only when there are enough human gods can they resist the invasion of the abyss. Even beat the abyss. Unfortunately, the road to becoming a god is so difficult. Trillions of bronze lords are born every year in the entire human race federation, but after 3,000 years. Up to now, the number of human gods is no more than 100. Lin Shu looked at his attribute panel with a surge of emotion. At least after changing his job in advance, it means that he has half a foot into the threshold of the demigod realm. In the future, as long as you upgrade step by step, you will be able to break through the demigod sooner or later. Charge towards the realm of the gods. Hidden professional heavenly sword, strong and invincible. Lin Shu's eyes are full of spirits, compared to his own panel attributes. What he values more is the skill of the heavenly sword profession. Just completed the job change, only gave 1 passive skill and 3 active skills. Passive skill naturally needless to say, he has already experienced the power of basic swordsmanship proficiency. The 3 active skills are not easy just by looking at them. Swordsmanship can even fly with a sword. It is simply the method of a sword fairy in the previous life. Myriad changes is an active buff skill. Once you use your own flexibility, it will increase greatly. The last sky-shattering sword is the only offensive skill, and the 3-stage strike can bring huge damage to the enemy. 10 times the attack, if another critical strike is triggered, the sacred damage of Michael's sword. Lin Shu did some calculations, and using the heaven-crumbling sword with his current attributes. With the highest possible damage, I couldn't help opening my mouth. 2 billion. Self-attack 3,600, Michael's sword 20,000 attack. In addition, the Tianmen pendant increases the attack by 14%, and the total attribute of the whiteboard is about 25,000. The 3rd stage of the heavenly falling sword hits 10 times the damage, and the crit damage is 8 times. Coupled with the entry attribute of the Sword of Heaven Michael, the critical strike damage is converted into 100 times the pure damage. A total of 8,000 times the damage can be multiplied, and a full hit of 200 million. Hiss. Lin Shu took a breath, he was a little shocked by such an exaggerated attribute. But this is just a theoretical number, there are many factors that affect the damage in actual battles. The enemy's defense, armor, damage reduction, and skills, etc. Naturally, it is impossible to perform so perfectly. But even so, this number is extremely scary. Epic level boss, corresponding to the Epic Lord template, rank suppression is enough to reduce most of the damage, not enough at all. Lin Shu gazed into the distance, and just caught Auric's empty eye sockets. Muttered and shook his head. But he is not afraid, although he cannot be so perfect. But don't forget he also has a divine grade mount, Ice Keylin. The increased attributes of the mount have not been counted, and it is really fully armed. Although I can't guarantee that I can instantly kill Auric, but I am sure to fight with him. There are still 4 days, everything is too late. Lin Shu took a deep breath, the battle in the city is still going on. The 8th wave of monsters is an abyssal monster called a gargoyle, which looks like a magnified bat. But there are 2 modes, the flying state is immune to magic attacks. After being injured, it can turn into a stone statue in situ, immune to physical attacks. Extremely difficult. However, under the arrow tower of both magic and martial arts, he still can't escape the fate of instant killing. The 2 abyss vortexes exerted force at the same time, and a steady stream of gargoyles gushed out from them. The rain of swords pours down, and the harvest of experience can be called massive. The level of more than 400 arrow towers and thunder turrets is about to reach level 190. It is estimated that after this wave, they will be able to rise to level 200. At that time, another wave of super evolution can be triggered. Looks like something's wrong. Lin Shu stared at the battlefield, frowning slightly. He faintly felt that there was something on the battlefield, and an invisible pressure lingered in his heart. But no matter how he observed, he didn't find anything. Is it Auric's fault? Lin Shu muttered to himself, and looked at the first Auric. Will-o'-the-wisps flickered in the empty eye sockets, Lin Shu still got nothing. Time passed slowly, half an hour later. A shell from the Thunder Fort bombed the battlefield at Lillian's place as usual. The 8th wave of monsters is finally over. One click pickup. Seeing Auric disappear again as if retreating into another dimension, Lin Shu swung his big hand and all the loot all over the ground went into his backpack in an instant. 2,480,000 gold coins. Lin Shu glanced at the backpack. First of all was the column of gold coins. The exaggerated numbers made him feel dazed for a while. Just 2 days ago, the entire trial ground was still working hard for thousands of gold coins. Now it already has a terrifying more than 2 million. The last wave of battles ended. The mysterious merchant didn't have any expensive items. Before the duel, he had nearly 900,000 gold coins left. After the duel, he got 380,000 gold coins from Xie Wendong's inheritance, plus the 500,000 gold coins he got from the deal with Morang Zan just now. Hundreds of thousands of people broke out in the 8th wave of battles, and they had such amazing wealth without knowing it. Powerful Lord, take a look. With a huge sum of money in his pocket, Lin Shu feels that his pace has grown a lot. Stepping up to a familiar location, the mysterious businessman always arrives quietly. It is even more abrupt than Auric's appearance and disappearance. The mysterious businessman skillfully opened the backpack, revealing the goods he brought this time. Only 4 pieces. Lin Shu was slightly disappointed, maybe because she was too lucky before. Still nothing good this time. 4 items, 2 trash purple perfect outfits, an energy book, and a blue card. Acquire the 4th Order Blue Architectural Blueprint, Griffin Training Camp. Griffin Training Camp can be built after use, and there is a chance to train a rideable 4th Tier Blue Flying Unit Griffin. Flying Mount. Lin Shu was surprised for a while. It was a little surprise. Although it is incomparable with other top products, it can also be sold at a good price. Lin Shu. Griffin Training Camp Blueprint. The 4th Order Blue Architectural Blueprint can be used to train flying mounts. Do you want it? Lin Shu casually opened the friend column, if this blueprint had been put up for auction before. But now that he has a huge sum of money in his pocket, he no longer cares about this thing. If Morang Zan needs it, sell it directly to this little rich woman, which can be regarded as maintaining a wave of customer relationships. In the Black Snow territory, Morang Zan, who was cleaning the battlefield, was surprised when she saw Lin Shu's news. Adding friends these days, this is the first time Lin Shu sent her a message. For some unknown reason, Morang Zan suddenly had a sore nose, and felt a little excited and secretly happy. It's still a flying mount. Morang Zan clicked on the attributes of the blueprint, and immediately became more excited. My heart couldn't help but gradually go astray. The flying mount is priceless. He didn't auction it but sold it to me directly. Could it be that this girl has already conquered it, and the favorability is max? Morang Zan was so dreamy, she was overjoyed secretly. This is a good thing. It's a small step for Lin Shu, but a giant leap for their relationship. Must make persistent efforts, take advantage of the fire and take it down. Morang Zan was so excited that she couldn't wait to reveal a high price. Don't hesitate at this time, strike while the iron is hot as the kingly way. Try to win it in the trial ground, and take Lin Shu back to meet the parents after you get out. Morang Zan. I want big brother, how about giving you 500 W gold coins after going out? Nima, this woman. Lin Shu spat out a mouthful of old blood, and for some reason, a whining voice automatically appeared in his mind. I almost couldn't hold it for a moment. But Morang Zan is worthy of being a little rich woman, she never hesitates to spend money. A 4th Order Blue Architectural Blueprint is worth 1 million gold coins at best. Even with additional factors such as the place of trial and the chance to train flying mounts, the sky can only sell for 3 million and it will be the peak. But when she opened her mouth, it was 5 million gold coins. This feeling of throwing money at people is really irresistible. Lin Shu directly traded the drawings. He was not afraid that Morang Zan would not give the money after leaving. The disciples of the top 10 great families will not renege on their debts for this little money. The battle is over, the chat channel is hot again. Xie Wendong's disappearance didn't seem to cause any waves. After all, there is no such thing as a leaderboard in the trial land. There are lords who die or quit every moment. Before the end, no one knows who has passed the trial. Who fell in the trial ground halfway. Lin Shu simply looked around and didn't find any information, so he didn't pay attention at the moment, just browsed the auction house to see if there was anything suitable for him. But still nothing. At his level, low-level ones can no longer be looked down upon. Advanced, the place of trial cannot appear. It's really hard to get him interested in something. Lillian may have felt the crisis from the inexplicable kidnapping of Lin Shu before. After the battle, she did not look for her master's tenderness as usual. Instead, after talking to Lin Shu, he went to explore the trial ground alone. According to her, the land of trials is a very special existence, and there are some special products that are unique here. Since I have the strength, I don't want to explore more and regret later. Fortunately, Lin Shu went with her, now that the 8th wave of battle is over. Lillian has already reached level 120, her attributes exploded. As long as you don't encounter epic level bosses like Auric in the trial ground, there will never be danger. Moreover, even if you really encounter an invincible enemy, you can easily support them with the help of the shared field of view arrow tower with a range of up to hundreds of thousands of meters. Security is still guaranteed. Lin Shu was bored looking at the attributes of the 3 lions and the giant desert scorpion. These trophies have now become his arms. Also get the bonus of unlimited upgrades and 10,000 times experience. The level can be described as advancing by leaps and bounds. Soared directly from more than 20 levels to more than 80 levels. If Xie Wendong saw this scene, he didn't know how he would feel. But even the 3-headed lions with more than 80 levels have the same attributes. In the eyes of other lords, it can be called the trump card, but in Lin Shu's territory, it can't be ranked at all. But after all, it is the only ferocious beast type obtained by special means, with 10,000 times experience and unlimited upgrade talent. It might be useful in the future. 3 hours of rest time, whether it is long or short. Soon, the 9th wave of trial monsters was attracted, and the familiar vortex emerged. Endless centaur warriors are coming in like a tide. The level is between LV 25 and LV 30. The skill has an extra damage halo, which can rebound 10% of the damage. It's a pity that it doesn't work for construction units. The rain of swords poured down, and the centaur warriors fell one after another. Can't make an inch of the territory 200 meters away. When the 9th wave of battle ended, the gold coins in Lin Shu's backpack broke through the 3 million mark. A total of 3.25 million gold coins. Uncomfortable. Lin Shu sighed and felt depressed, holding a huge amount of property but not spending it. I never thought that one day I would worry about spending money. None of the products in the auction house caught his eye, but this wave of mysterious shops finally appeared. Found something of interest. True sight gem. Special equipment. Once equipped, the real field of vision will be obtained within the field of vision, and all invisible units will not be able to hide, and the field of vision will not be affected under special circumstances. Hint: death must be destroyed. Price: 300,000 gold coins. A hidden prop. Let Lin Shu's eyes shine. When the watchtower was super evolved before, it also had the function of breaking the stealth, but it is a pity that there are better irreplaceable attributes. Under the choice of one or the other, Lin Shu had to give up this evolutionary direction. During this period of time, he has been paying attention to Poyan's props, but unfortunately there is no clue. Did not expect to meet today. The price of 300,000 gold coins is a bit expensive, but now that Lin Shu is rich and powerful, it was taken down without hesitation. Powerful lord, goodbye by fate. The backpack was emptied, and the mysterious businessman picked up the backpack again, said hello, and was about to leave. Bring something good next time, it's not bad for money. Lin Shu complained against the background of the mysterious businessman. These few waves are really a bit perfunctory. Every good thing. There are no space fluctuations, and no space cracks. The mysterious businessman seemed to enter the water from the air, faintly before finally disappearing. Lin Shu seemed to see it, turned around and looked at himself inexplicably. Dizzy, Lin Shu rubbed his eyes, and looked again, but the mysterious businessman had disappeared. Back in the Lord's mansion, he was about to find Lillian to work overtime after he had nothing to do. Suddenly a friend message popped up. Morang Zan. Big brother, is Big brother here? Is brother rich? ? Lin Shu looked bewildered, looking warily at the head portrait of the playful, lovely and outstanding woman. Morang Zan, a little rich woman, actually wants to borrow money from herself. But maybe because she felt that this sentence was a bit ambiguous, Morang Zan soon sent another message. Morang Zan. My mysterious shop bought a top quality item. If you want big brother, I will buy it for you for free. If you don't want it, can you lend me 50 square gold coins? Lin Shu suddenly realized that this kind of situation is actually very common. The probability of the mysterious merchant getting the best products here is far higher than other ways, but the price here has always been a mystery. It seems that they will sell products according to the approximate financial resources of the lord under the current situation. For example, the one-click pickup scroll that Lin Shu bought on the first day, if you are lucky enough to encounter this thing in the chaotic battlefield. The price starts at least tens of millions of gold coins. But Lin Shu bought it for only a few thousand gold coins. The difference in value is more than 10,000 times. If you encounter it now, I am afraid that the selling price must be at least 1,000,000 gold coins. No one can say exactly how Wang Li's is priced. In this way, there will be a lot of top-quality equipment encountered, but the Lord himself does not have enough financial resources to buy them. At this time, there are two options. The first is naturally to borrow money. Either a good relationship is willing to sacrifice your own development to lend you money, or promise high interest to borrow money. The second is to sell the goods in advance for auction, and use the sale price as the reserve price to bid for the goods from the mysterious merchant. The highest bidder will give you the money to buy it and then trade it to him, but this model will have a trust problem. Generally, you need to offer an equivalent product as a guarantee first, which is equivalent to helping you purchase on behalf of the buyer. The auction price minus the selling price of the mysterious merchant is the proceeds. The two modes have their own advantages, and how to choose depends on whether the product is needed. Morang Zan directly said that she could help with shopping for free, which made Lin Shu feel ashamed. This woman is really too good at it, the corruption of money. Even he can hardly resist it. Soon Morang Zan sent over the attributes of the best equipment. Sacrifices Rogue, Red Legendary, Lord Equipment, Equipment Level, IV 45. Defense plus 30,000, Life plus 30%, Critical Strike Rate plus 2.5%, Fatal Strike Damage plus 50%, Injury Reduction plus 3%, Sacrifice Aura. Continuously inflict damage per second with maximum attack power to enemies within 100 meters. Price: 800,000 gold coins. Morang Zan hasn't bought the equipment yet, and the attributes are all sent by her manually. It turned out to be a piece of legendary equipment. The attribute is as powerful as ever. A sacrificial halo can only be described as against the sky. It seems that the addition of three-dimensional attributes is not much, but this piece of equipment can be said to be strong when it is strong. On a common novice lord, it's rubbish. But if it is replaced by a gold lord or even stronger, it's like a walking sun. Enough to kill all enemies that come close. Lin Shu was so excited that he immediately transferred 800,000 gold coins to Morang Zan. Let him buy it for you. After thinking about it, I sent another message. Lin Shu, please help me to buy it for you, thank you. As a thank you, this piece of equipment is given to you. Strike Armor. This woman is a little rich woman, so it is necessary to maintain customer relations. It would be a bit unreasonable for him to show his kindness in such a way. Assault Armor, Epic Level Equipment. On the other side, Morang Zan felt warm after receiving the gold coins. Anyway, such a large sum of gold coins was traded without any hesitation. This represents absolute trust. This alone made her feel that her efforts were not in vain. The news that came with it after that made the girl's eyes shine even more. The clothes he wore, I don't know what the girl thought of, she couldn't help but giggle foolishly. As if seeing something unsuitable for children, a ray of red gradually spread from the neck. Under the support of Black's blood flower, the extremely fair skin instantly transformed into pink. If people see it, I don't know how many teenagers can be fascinated to death. Hey, Morang Zan smirked slightly obscenely, and it took a while to recover. He hurriedly bought the last piece of equipment in the mysterious businessman's backpack, and then initiated a transaction. Thank you, big brother. Assault Armor, I like it very much. As Morang Zan said, unconsciously, she seemed to be getting used to the smell of tea in the tea. This woman, in the Lord's mansion, Lin Shu couldn't put it down playing with the fresh sacrificial robe. This is a light blue robe, with blue patterns like corrugated boards forming a pattern of flames. Looks like it's burning. Compared with the assault armor that looks like ribs hanging on the body, it looks much better. I don't know if that woman will dislike her. It's a pity that the level is not enough now, so I can't wear it. Lin Shu put it away. The blood moon lifted into the sky, and Lillian nestled in Lin Shu's arms like a roe deer. Tell him about the discoveries and gains of going out to explore today. There are some native beasts and tribes in the trial land, but facing the annual invasion of abyss monsters. These indigenous forces seem a bit weak, and basically rarely interact with the human lords. Lillian didn't encounter any other ferocious beasts today, but she found an uninhabited territory 50,000 meters to the west. It is normal to find other unknown territories in the trial land at 190. Generally speaking, a large number of abandoned territories will be produced in each session. They are caused by Lord Novice when facing the invasion of monsters from the abyss. He may be consciously unsure of how to deal with them. It may also be due to force majeure and being forced to give up the road of lordship. Just opt out. After quitting, the novice lord will never stop at the strength of the novice lord. Return to the Federation to find a job and live a stable life for the rest of your life. Although I lost the chance to become a strong person, it might not be a good choice. At least you don't have to go to the chaotic battlefield to face dangerous and terrifying abyssal monsters. This kind of territory will no longer trigger the appearance of abyss monsters after losing the lord. If it is not discovered for a long time, it will slowly collapse and destroy and eventually turn into ruins. Occasionally, there will be a lucky person who directly lands in an intact unclaimed territory. As long as the original lord's mansion is demolished, all the buildings in this territory can be completely taken over. This is like a pie in the sky for novice lords. It will make their early start much smoother. If you are lucky enough to come across a building with 3, 4 or even 5 floors, it will be even more developed. Even lords of common without talent can snowball their benefits to the maximum by virtue of this early advantage. There was even a rookie king in history, a common lord who hadn't awakened any talent. Fortunately, I picked up an unclaimed territory with a 5th level blue unit building, and finally counterattacked and became a strong one. However, this probability is almost negligible. After all, those who are forced to give up the territory and quit the trial, most of them are not strong enough to fight against the monsters of the abyss. As long as there is a chance, no one will directly choose to give up. Behind this overwhelming luck, there is bound to be an existence that is so bad. For example, the guy who gave up the 5th tier blue unit building, no one knows what happened to him. It may be that he encountered a strong person among the natives, or it may be that he encountered something similar to Lin Shu's dual space. Are there any buildings inside? Lin Shu asked while thinking about it. Several tier 2 arms buildings, and a tier 3 blue arms building. Lillian answered truthfully. It was an existence that even she didn't like. Speaking out is nothing more than the duty of a courtier. It's nothing good. Exploring the ruins in the trial ground is the most likely to be rewarding. Lin Shu pouted, a little disappointed. Who hasn't dreamed of a pie in the sky? Unfortunately, obviously he didn't pick it up. There are still a few CGBE days left. If you can find it, look for it. If you can't find it, forget it. Shaking his head, Lin Shu gave up his unrealistic plans. In fact, although it is often revealed that someone has obtained some treasure in a certain ruin in the trial ground, but in fact, the chances of this are still extremely low. Going out to pick up treasures is not something that everyone can encounter. He can awaken 10 SSS-level talents. The gains from this trip are enough. And already encountered a relic and obtained a 6-star hero Awa. The rest are the best if you can meet them, and it doesn't matter if you don't. Now, it's time to rest. Lin Shu looked at Lillian with a smile. The temperament of the charming witch is really irresistible. If it were another boy, he might be able to stay in bed all day and all night, and sooner or later he would be sucked to death by this witch. That is him. After all, he has seen the world in his previous life. I have seen all kinds of styles, so I won't be completely confused by Lillian. Ah, Lillian's face flushed instantly, and she fell on the bed with a scream. The next day, the 4th day. In the Black Forest territory, there are hundreds of saber-toothed tigers, mammoths, and a beast that looks like a rhinoceros. Like a well-trained army, they came back from outside in neat lines. Han Zhengyu didn't sleep all night, but he was still full of energy. It's the fourth day, the era of Master Ben has arrived. Han Zhengyu's eyes flashed, and he muttered to himself. Yesterday when he found out that Lin Shu was only level 35, he looked up to the sky and laughed wildly 3 times. A lot of information can be seen from the ranks, and all their strong people agree that Lin Shu is no longer able to continue. It is speculated that the first talent level should be very high, but the latter ones are so-so. This caused Lin Shu to make great strides at first, but as everyone unlocked their talents one by one, Lin Shu's advantage will be completely gone. Nearly half of the 7-day trial has passed. Today is the most critical day. If anyone can snatch the title of Rookie King, it means that Lin Shu will be thrown off the altar completely. The title of Rookie King may be replaced. But if Lin Shu can last for another day today, then this year's Rookie King will be a certainty. The Rookie King, Ben is not Bang. Han Zhengyu sneered, what kind of aristocratic family face resource supply? That is something only collateral disciples need to consider. As the direct descendant of Han Jiagan Zheng Miaohong, even if he is a waste, he will receive a lot of resources from the family to support him. Heaps can also be piled up to the high-ranking lords. But who told Lin Shu not to give him face? A mere Rookie King dares to speak disrespectfully to Han Zhengyu. For the sake of face, he has to snatch the title of Lin Shu's Rookie King. This young man is the son of luck this year. There is a 4th order purple building in an unowned territory. I don't know what happened. Han Zhengyu's heart was surging, he didn't sleep last night. Leading all the arms under his command to explore the ruins in 3 ways, he was really lucky to encounter an unowned territory. What surprised him even more was that there was a Tier 4 purple unit building in that territory. I don't know what happened, so I chose to quit the trial. It turned out to be cheap for him. After dismantling the opponent's lord's mansion, in addition to obtaining a large amount of territorial materials, architectural blueprints were also obtained. Drawing of Stegosaurus lair. 4th order purple. After use, you can build a Stegosaurus lair and recruit the 4th order purple armed Stegosaurus. Put up. Han Zhengyu didn't hesitate, the sky was getting brighter. It won't be long before the 10th wave of trial monsters will appear, and he must recruit enough Stegosaurus before that. Then relying on this unit, he is absolutely sure to take away the title of newcomer king from countless lords. However, he seems to have forgotten that Lin Shu sold a 5th order purple architectural blueprint yesterday. In the Heishui territory on the other side, Morang Zan also hesitated. She now has a Tier 3 purple armed skeleton C, a Tier 5 purple armed dire wolf fighter. And after yesterday's 9th wave of battles, the dire wolf fighter has now begun to take shape. The level has also risen to more than 10 levels. Since she thinks her strength is extraordinary, there should be no one in the whole trial ground to be her opponent. Not even Lin Shu. However, after all, she still covets Lin Shu. What if he gets angry if the title of Rookie King is directly taken from him? Look at the first wave first, wait for others to grab it first, and then I will take it after the next wave. Morang Zan murmured, her eyes lit up with a plan. In order to take care of the little man's emotions, she can be said to have broken her heart. At the same time, in each territory, many powerhouses are sharpening their knives, planning to start from the first wave today. Embark on your own road to Rookie King. Sure enough, only exhausted oxen have no plowed fields. In the tower defense territory, Lin Shu yawned. I lost myself in Lillian's voice of, Master, I want more, and worked overtime all night. Because of his constitution, Rao also feels a bit overwhelmed at the moment. Lin Shu's sleepy eyes were hazy, and he felt a little drowsy after a night of hard work. On the contrary, Lillian's face became more and more radiant, her complexion was ruddy and shiny. The charming aura all over his body seems to have gone up a few steps. But Lin Shu didn't get nothing, the charm witch's loyalty increased by 2 points. Master, if you can't do it, just rest, I'm the monster of the abyss. Lillian helped Lin Shu get dressed attentively, her eyes were full of fascination. No, Lin Shu's tiger's body shook a little and turned into anger, how can a man say no? My lord's nickname is Jujiro Yiya. If it wasn't Dawn, I would have made you kneel down and beg for mercy. Lillian blushed. Thinking of last night's battle, she couldn't help but feel agitated. Master is the best. Laughing and cursing, with the sound of the horn. Black's vortex appeared in the distance, but the former distant place now speaks to Lin Shu no differently than being close at hand. 50 kilometers away, there are fine details, and there seems to be lightning and thunder in Black's vortex. 1.5-meter tall spiders crawled out of it, rushing towards the tower defense territory overwhelmingly. 3. Lin Shu stood on the top of the Lord's mansion, looking around with a solemn expression. The black vortex has gone from 1 at the beginning to 2 yesterday. So far, 3 of them have appeared. In the 3 directions of east, west and south, 3 black vortexes appeared 5 kilometers away. Endless spiders are flooding in like a tide, looking from high to low. It seems that Black's ocean is submerged. Lin Shu's face was serious, staring at the side of the whirlpool. A tall skeleton slowly came from the darkness, and suddenly the third Lyarek appeared. Skeleton King, Auric LV40. Epic Boss. Life, 80 million. Attack, 2 million. Defense, 1.5 million. Skills, Storm Hammer, Battle Roar, Giant Swing, God's Avatar. Another IV40 epic level boss Auric. The attributes are similar to the second one, but the skills are completely different. This is what gives Lin Shu the most headaches. Skills represent too much uncertainty. If they are all the same, it only takes one battle to figure out the effect. But each of the 3 Aurics is different. This will be a lot more troublesome. According to this posture, there will be 4 tomorrow, 5 on the 6th day, and 6 on the 7th day. Lin Shu thought about it for a while and suddenly felt a pain in the ass. These 6 Auric. Putting 1 in someone else's territory can scare them stupidly, let alone 6 at once. Only Lillian and himself can fight on his side. The attack of the Arrow Tower is basically negligible for this level. At most, it's just a support for special effects. Even the Thunder Turret, which has not yet super evolved, is useless. Skills have a paralyzing effect, which is only limited by assisting. Another hero, Awa, is a farmer, and his combat power is probably not as good as the Thunder Turret. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Lin Shu rubbed his head. No matter how much he has achieved now, you must pass the last level and pass the trial successfully. Otherwise it is useless. There are still the last 4 days, enough. Lin Shu forcibly pulled himself together, despite the difficulties. But he has developed to this point in only 3 days, and there are 4 days left. He didn't believe that he couldn't even pass this trial ground. The rain of swords pours down, the thunder roars. No matter what Lin Shu felt in his heart, the battle still started on time. Countless abyss spiders rushed forward to attack the territory, but they couldn't advance an inch at all. 200 meters from the territory is like a death zone, which cannot be crossed. Let go. The attack range is 500 meters. With a lot of thoughts in his mind, Lin Shu threw them out of his head and gave an order. How long to keep annihilating the trial monsters is actually a matter of deep consideration for him. Although he is completely free to attack, he is sure to end the battle within 5 minutes. But this is not a good thing for other lords. Many lords who couldn't make it through will pass the trial successfully because of his quick clearance. It seems to be a good thing, but when they enter the chaotic battlefield, weak lords are basically doomed to death. At that time, there will be no exit option. Although this has nothing to do with him, he is not a murderer after all. This kind of thing can't really be done. For the past 3 days, I have been restraining the speed of killing the enemy, but today is the 4th day. Basically everything that should be eliminated has already been eliminated, and it doesn't matter if you let go a little bit. It really ends in a few minutes. Maybe you can fight 4 waves of monsters in 1 day. Lin Shu muttered. A magical idea came to his mind. But in the end it was abandoned, which would kill many lords. There is no need for too much cause and effect. Congratulations to Lord Novice Lin Shu for being the first to pass the 10th wave of abyssal monster trials. 20 minutes later, a vast heavenly sound resounded through the trial ground. Countless lords were in an uproar in an instant. No one thought that today's first wave is not only Lin Shu. And the time was actually advanced by a full third. What's the situation? I haven't even started yet. How come it's over? I only killed 300 monsters. I just happened to kill a little boss, and the remaining blood was recovered. Didn't it be agreed? Lin Shu has no successors. Where is the person who said Lin Shu was poor? You call this poor? A big wave of bosses slapped me in the face. and yesterday I swore that I would win the title of Rookie King today. There was an uproar in the chat channel, and countless lords looked strange. Yesterday, with the exposure of Lin Shu's rank, everyone's impression of him has taken a turn for the worse. After all, the lord who was only LV35 on the third day, although not much lower than the common lord. But I'm sorry, the title of Rookie King. After all, the lord's upgrade method in the early stage is too simple, and the number of monsters killed by Lin Shu can be calculated by casual calculation. Then infer the difficulty of his trial, which also explains his talent level in disguise. From the side, it is enough to show how strong he is. For a lord who can't even reach the difficulty of hell, how can he win the title of newcomer king? Therefore, many strong men swore yesterday. I feel that Lin Shu must have exhausted his potential and is at the end of his rope. Today, he will be knocked off the altar and replaced by strong men like them. Countless strong men are sharpening their swords, eyeing the title of Rookie King. However, never expected, on the fourth day, Lin Shu not only did not fall off the altar. On the contrary, the customs clearance time is getting shorter and shorter. A wave of battles ended in less than 20 minutes, and immediately made their expressions extremely exciting. In the Black Forest territory, Han Zhengyu's face was ashen. Seeing that almost half of the abyss monsters in front of him disappeared with the disappearance of the vortex, and listening to the vast announcement from the sky. I couldn't believe my ears. 20 minutes and it's over. Han Zhengyu was furious. He only killed less than 60% of the monsters in this wave. It doesn't even meet the conditions to trigger the mysterious merchant. How is it possible? Han Zhengyu is incompetent and furious. The mysterious businessman can be regarded as the biggest opportunity in the trial place. As long as they have the strength, they can meet them, which is simply a God-defying blessing for them. However, there are only more than 20 opportunities in total. Any loss is a great loss. Lin Shu, how could it be faster and faster? Han Zhengyu's face was livid and furious, and soon he thought of something. Could it be that a large number of gold coins were sold yesterday, and a large number of 5th-tier mine turrets were built? It must be the last afterglow. Although the 5th-tier building is strong, talent is the core. No matter how many tier 5 thunder turrets, if his talent level is not enough, he will still be replaced. He quickly comforted himself, and at the same time couldn't help feeling a little regretful. If I knew I wouldn't sell that blueprint, I did it myself, Lin Shu. However, he didn't want to think about it. If he didn't sell that blueprint, he lost 50,000 gold coins and a large amount of loans on the second day. How much difference will there be in his strength at this moment? In a certain seaside territory, Mo Biadao also has an extremely brilliant expression. Having failed to win over Lin Shu before, and seeing that Lin Shu's potential is not as terrible as he imagined. The mind of wooing has also faded a lot, and I also plan to win the title of Rookie King today. However, could it be that he is only second, third or fourth in talent? Upgraded to IV40 yesterday and awakened a powerful 5th talent. Mo Biadao couldn't help being suspicious. He could only think of this explanation. Otherwise, there is no way to explain that Lin Shu was not slow but fast today, and the battle ended in just 20 minutes. Let them sharpen their knives and slap them hard. Regardless of anything else, only having 5 talents, and at least 2 high-level ones, is also worthy of deep friendship. After all, Mo Biadao had no grievances with Lin Shu. His eyes flickered and his attitude changed again in his heart. The Rookie King is the best for him, and it doesn't matter if he doesn't get it. If he can make friends with a powerful tower defense lord, isn't everything that Lin Shu gets equal to what he gets? Thinking of this, Mo Biadao's heart moved and he directly sent a sound transmission for thousands of miles. Thousands of miles. Mo Biadao, congratulations to Brother Lin for another success. The title of this year's Rookie King must go to Brother Lin. The golden and bold fonts appeared, and the faces of countless lords became even more weird. The other lords are not fools either. What Mo Biadao can think of soon, others also think of it. Ever since, the spectacle of thousands of miles of sound transmission blasting the screen appeared again. Thousands of miles. Lang Shuyao, congratulations to Brother Lin for another victory. I wonder if I can get a friend seat from Brother Lin. Thousands of miles. Dongfanghong, congratulations Brother Lin for making another success. We are looking for a friend seat. Thousands of miles. The top 10 families appeared on the same stage again. Just to ask Lin Shu to be a friend, such a grand scene only makes countless common lords turn green. Jealousy distorts their faces. Those are the top 10 families. Although no one knows whether they are collateral or direct descendants, but no matter which one is a great big shot to them. It is difficult for the common people to talk to them, but now they all come to ask Lin Shu for a friend's seat. Hee. In the tower defense territory, Lin Shu smiled casually. Where is this? If it weren't for the scruples that clearing the level 2 quickly would cause a large number of lords who should have no strength to successfully pass the trial and enter the chaotic battlefield, they would lose their lives. He is even sure to end the battle in 5 minutes. Turning a blind eye to the compliments from a group of people in the chat channel, yesterday everyone was still mocking and disdainful. Today, I changed my attitude. Even if this kind of person is from the top 10 families, he doesn't even bother to add them as a friend. Close the chat channel. Lin Shu has more important things to do at the moment. The 10th wave of battle is over, and the Lord's level has risen to level 40 as he wished. More than 400 arrow towers have also broken through 200 levels. Triggered a new wave of super evolution. Arrow Tower IV 200 right pointing arrow LV 201. The arrow tower broke through the upper limit of the level for the 4th time, triggering super evolution. Please choose the direction of evolution within 10 seconds. 1. Sealing. Sealing the attacked target, causing it to be slowed down by 100% within 0.5 seconds when being attacked. 2. Attack growth doubled. 3. Attack speed growth increased by 50%. 3 new evolutionary directions. The first immediately caught Lin Shu's eyes. The attacked person is slowed down by 100% within 0.5 seconds. Isn't that the same as being immobile? It is simply a perfect hard control method. Theoretically speaking, as long as you are continuously attacked, you can achieve your goal and be charged to death. Choose one. Lin Shu was instantly excited, and chose the first evolutionary direction without hesitation. Evolving in this direction, the arrow tower will be built into a terrifying control weapon sooner or later. Even if the damage is negligible, it is enough to turn into hell and make the enemies who enter the range unable to move at all. The third one is also good, it can complement each other. What a pity. Lin Shu shook his head regretfully. Attributes that increase attack speed are extremely rare. Now the 200 level arrow tower has a rate of fire of 21, and can attack 21 times per second. Almost like a machine gun. If you increase the growth by 50%, the rate of fire will be as high as 31. It is a perfect match with the first evolutionary direction. It's a pity that evolution can only choose one at a time, and can only discard this one. The evolution of the arrow tower is complete, but the watchtower and thunder turret are only at level IV 180. When the arrow tower evolved for the 3rd time, the upgrade experience was halved, and the fast batch was chosen. Next, this is Lin Shu himself. Level IV 40, the 5th talent can be unlocked. ID, Lin Shu. Identity, Lord Novice. Level, IV 40. Talent, 1. SSS-Level 10,000 times experience. 2. SSS-Level Infinite Evolution. 3. SSS-Level Super God Sniper. 4. SSS-Level Super Strength. 5. SSS-Level Unlimited Equipment. More than half of the top 10 SSS talents have been unlocked now. The 4th SSS-Level Super Strength talent, the attribute is that every time an enemy is killed, it can permanently increase the attack by 5 points. The 5th Unlimited Equipment, the equipment bar of all arms is expanded to unlimited. Unlimited equipment can be equipped. It can be said that every SSS level talent can be called against the sky. The first one increases the upgrade speed. The second allows the arms to grow infinitely, the third increases the attack range. The 4th and 5th are to greatly improve the familiarity of all arms. Coupled with the improvement of super evolution, even the first order common arrow tower. Lin Shu even suspected that it could be piled up to divine grade. There are still 5 talents. Lin Shu's mind was agitated and full of hope for the future. According to this posture, as long as you don't die, becoming a god in the future must be a certainty. Not only will he become a god, but his countless defense towers will also accompany him to become a god. At that time, thousands of god-level defense towers It is not uncommon to push back into the abyss under his leadership. One-click pickup. After everything is ready, Lin Shu has time to clean up the battlefield. One-click pickup is instantly emptied, and all the equipment is too lazy to throw it at the auction house. Directly equip an arrow tower. He wants to see what kind of attributes can be piled up for this arrow tower with unlimited equipment piled up. 3.7 million gold coins. I glanced at my backpack. There were 3.2 million gold coins left yesterday. I gave 800,000 to Morang Zan to purchase the sacrificial robes and left 2.4 million. Then today, the number of monsters in the abyss skyrocketed by 1/3 again, and the harvest will naturally be even higher. A wave of harvest directly broke 1 million. I don't have any good things, I will use them to build the thunder turret. Lin Shu glanced at the mysterious businessman in the city and curled his lips. This guy hasn't brought anything good for a long time. Seeing so much money in the backpack is not used, I feel a little uncomfortable. And the trial time is over half, it's time for him to prepare to build more high-level defense towers. Otherwise, when you go to the chaos battlefield, it may be too late to temporarily build it in case of danger. After all, with the increase of defensive towers, the experience brought by killing enemies is slightly divided. Ask for flowers. Defense towers can no longer be upgraded so quickly. Hello, mighty lord, take a look. Lin Shu jumped down from the lord's mansion like a cannonball, and jumped directly in front of the mysterious businessman. The mysterious businessman still greeted him familiarly, and then opened his backpack. 6 items. Lin Shu felt a little happy in his heart. There will always be some top-quality products if there are too many. Skull Crusher. Blue Excellent. Equipment level. IV 50. Melee and far combat have a 25%, 15% chance to stun the enemy for 2 seconds and cause an additional damage of 20% of the maximum HP when attacking. Price: 50,000 gold coins. The first piece is equipment for a unit, which can be regarded as a small best. If you take it out and sell it, you might make a small profit. But now Lin Shu has awakened the 5th talent unlimited equipment slots. All the equipment, good or bad, can be thrown into the backpack of the first arrow tower. This can be regarded as continuing to strengthen the control ability of the arrow tower a little bit. If you gather less and make more, you may really be able to pile up a jaw-dropping arrow tower. The second and third pieces are also rubbish blue arms equipment. The attributes are so-so, just pick it up and throw it into the equipment bar of the arrow tower. Until the fourth piece, Lin Shu finally had a good thing in his heart. Pomelo Fiber Dan Danfang, one of the 7 collection pills. Learn to refine Pomelo pill after using it. After taking it, you can get 500,000 Lord experience and restore all the Lord's injuries within the diamond. Price: 1 million gold coins. It turned out to be a recipe. Lin Shu was ecstatic. The elixir is a good thing. It has always been a rare treasure in the world of lords, with various magical effects. In the more than 10 years of study in the classroom, I have only heard of the existence of elixir, how to refine it and what its effects are. Neither was explained in detail. Because this kind of thing is a high-end luxury item, something that most common lords will never have access to in their lifetime. The only thing I know is that the lord who can make alchemy. Even if you go to the top 10 families, you can become a guest. If the lord is a noble of the Human Race Federation, then the alchemist is the noble among the nobles. When subduing Awa, Lin Shu fantasized about becoming an alchemist. I never thought my wish would come true. Whether a pill can become an alchemist, he doesn't know. What is Qi Ji Dan? He has never heard of it. But still don't hesitate to buy this recipe. After all, this so-called pomelo pill is extremely effective, and it can instantly restore all injuries to lords below the diamond level. Pay attention to everything, this is a bit against the sky. In other words, as long as he is not dead, he can be saved with one breath. Nice one. Lin Shu couldn't wait to take it, and the sky-high price of 1 million gold coins didn't even bat an eye. Put it in the backpack before continuing to look behind. Sunry Sword Orange Epic. Lord Equipment. Equipment level. IV 40. Crit damage plus 120%. Price: 20W gold coins. The 5th piece is another piece of epic equipment. The single attribute seems to be a bit unworthy of epic's grade. But the increase in basic attributes is extremely high. which can be regarded as overstating the value of this piece of equipment. Lin Shu's Paradise Michael's sword is red legendary equipment, and it only increases the attack by 20,000, that's all. This epic gear is 4 times as big. Although it has the advantage of a higher level, it is enough to show the strong attack of this piece of equipment. But after all, it does not increase by 100%, nor does it add other attributes. To sum up, the current use is the best, but the upper limit of use is not so good. Even so, it is enough. For those young masters from wealthy families, it is enough in the place of trial. After going out, they have a lot of equipment replacements, don't care at all. Lin Shu won it, and the price of 200,000 will be thrown into the auction house later, at least 500,000 will be no problem. The last piece is a familiar breakthrough, a power book. After using it, you can increase the experience of the Lord by 2,000 points. This thing was only sold for 3,000 gold coins when it was the cheapest. But now it has risen to 20,000 gold coins. People's hearts are not old. Lin Shu sighed and bought it anyway. After all, it's time to make up for his level disadvantage, which is better than nothing. Powerful Lord, goodbye by fate. The goods were emptied again, and the mysterious businessman packed his backpack contentedly and disappeared again. Goodbye. A good thing came out. Lin Shu is also in a good mood. Smiling as he watched the mysterious businessman leave, he couldn't help but look forward to what good things the next wave would bring him. The gold coins in the backpack also shrank a lot in an instant, but there was still a huge sum of more than 2 million yuan. Makes him itchy. Open the auction house casually, throw the sun-piercing sword on it. The starting price is set at 200,000 gold coins, and then there is no need for him to call Chinli voice transmission. In an instant, someone discovered this superb piece of equipment. The quality of the auction house's merchandise is ranked higher than time, and an epic level weapon was immediately ranked first on the home page. It's hard not to be discovered. Look everyone, Boss Lin Shu has launched a new baby. Epic level Lord Weapon Sword. Hey, the weapon with 80,000 attacks is just sold like this. My mother, the combined attack of all my arms is less than 80,000, and this weapon sells for 80,000. Envy, envy, hate. If I have this weapon, I can single out all the trial monsters. Wake up, your level is not enough to equip it. The eyes of countless lords are red with envy, this heaven-defying attribute can't help drooling just looking at it. Although there are no gorgeous additional attributes, even if there is only the first one. Enough to drive everyone crazy. Even if the young masters of the family would not make such a fuss like Lord Common, they couldn't help being moved. After all, not everyone can encounter an epic equipment. A total of 80,000 attacks, holding it in your hands is simply a god blocking and killing a god and a Buddha blocking and killing a Buddha. 80,000 attacks. In the Black Forest territory, Han Zhengyu's face was ecstatic. He feels like he's doing it again. He looked at a skill in his skill bar. Hand of Blood version 5. Deals 120% damage to all enemies within 500 meters of the target. This is a lord skill he bought from a mysterious merchant a few days ago. After a few days of contact, it has been upgraded to IV5. The attack range is as high as 500 meters. If it cooperates with this weapon, it can kill any monster in seconds. 500 meters at a time can kill 100 monsters. Once every 5 seconds, 12 times a minute is 1,200 monsters. It only takes 20 minutes, no, 10 minutes is enough to clear all the trial monsters. Han Zhengyu did some calculations, and suddenly his heart skipped a beat. Originally, as Lin Shu's customs clearance time was shortened again just now, although he was not convinced in every way. But deep in my heart, I still gave up the unrealistic fantasy. I didn't expect to encounter such a powerful piece of equipment just after giving up. As a disciple of an aristocratic family, he naturally knows the disadvantages of this piece of equipment. Generally speaking, epic equipment at level IV40 can be used at level 60 without any problem. But this piece of equipment may have to be eliminated at level 50. But it doesn't matter, just change any piece of equipment at that time. The important thing is to improve him enough now, that's enough. When you come out to play around, you always have to pay it back. Han Zhengyu was excited, and muttered to himself. It feels like the mountain is not turning around and the water is turning, and it is finally time to rise up. Ben Shao's thunder turret has made you, now it's your sun-piercing sword that has made me a success. It's only 10 waves, everything is still too late. Han Zhengyu almost jumped up excitedly, according to the current clearance speed. 3 waves a day is absolutely guaranteed, a total of 21 waves in 7 days. Now Lin Shu has won 10 waves, and there are still 11 waves left. As long as I win them all, then the proper title of Rookie King will be my own. But the enemy has hundreds of thousands of gold coins. So what if he is cheaper than Lin Shu? No matter how many tier 5 thunder turrets there is no way to quickly upgrade them. A feeling of uneasiness emerged in my heart, but it was quickly left behind by Han Zhengyu. For the title of Rookie King, even if you donate hundreds of thousands of gold coins to Lin Shu, it is worth it. Without further hesitation, Han Zhengyu directly offered 300,000 gold coins. However, the competition for the sun-ribbed sword was more intense than he had imagined, and was soon overthrown by others at a price of 320,000 gold coins. He is not the only one who can think of this, there are countless novice lords in Nuoda's trial place. Although there are not many people with group attack skills, there is definitely more than one. Everyone can see that as long as you have this piece of equipment, you can test monsters in seconds. At that time, even if the arms are garbage, the Lord will fight in person. Moreover, the reason why Lord equipment is Lord equipment can also pass on a certain percentage of attributes to all arms. Epic equipment can fully inherit 50% of the attributes of the arms, which is equivalent to an increase of 40,000 attacks per capita for the subordinate arms. How outrageous is this? It is no exaggeration to say that with this equipment, going through trials is almost like playing. Even more group attack skills, even if it is the title of the high-ranking Rookie King. It's entirely possible they've got their hands on that too. The importance of the piercing sun sword still exceeded Lin Shu's expectations. In just a few minutes, the bidding price soared directly from 200,000 to 400,000. Fully doubled. This is the situation where everyone in the trial land is not very well off, otherwise it would not be uncommon to increase the price by 10 times. In the Black Snow territory, Morang Zan was a little depressed at the moment. Originally, the abacus was played well, and after someone else took Lin Shu's first pass, she started to take it back in the next wave. But never expected, Lin Shu is still very strong. And it's even ahead of time. This made her a little depressed. Let's not argue about the next wave. The Rookie King is basically a sure thing, unless Lin Shu dies in the trial ground. Let's fight. Let's not talk about whether we can succeed. Even if it succeeds, if you offend Lin Shu, wasn't my previous efforts in vain? Why don't you just let him once? Morang Zan muttered, but she didn't know. People, licking and licking will habitually become a licking dog. In order to win over Lin Shu, she has paid a lot. I am used to paying until I get used to giving. Now that the sunk cost is too high, I am even more afraid to offend Lin Shu. She didn't realize how arrogant she was in the past. Born in the Morang family, one of the top 10 families, she has a beautiful appearance and is known as the little princess of the Morang family. Entering the trial land's talent is also extremely talented. There are 3 S-level talents and 1 SS-level talent. Noble and glamorous, unparalleled beauty is her label. She has always been honest with men, but now she has unknowingly fallen into a dog licking. He has been hesitating to guess Lin Shu's mood all day long, and one day he will not dare to fight for the Rookie King because he is afraid that Lin Shu will be angry. No, he sold the piercing sun sword. Could it be because he doesn't have group attack skills? Or he's short of money? Morang Zan looked at the Guanri sword whose price was still soaring in the auction house, and was slightly distracted. Why can't she see the value of this piece of equipment? With any group attack skill, it is enough to lie down and win. Lin Shu took it out and sold it. Why don't you lend him some money? For some reason, Morang Zan felt a little worried in her heart. Lin Shu has already won the first pass of 10 waves of trials, and the next wave is the most critical period. But at this juncture, Lin Shu actually sold such a piece of heavenly equipment, which really baffled her. Morang Zan, do you want money? In the tower defense territory, Lin Shu is happily looking at the Yushandan Danfeng. He suddenly received the news from Morang Zan, and he looked confused. Could it be that this little rich woman is already so rich that she can't run out of money? Otherwise, why would you ask him if he wants money? Ignoring Morang Zan, Lin Shu looked at Awa, who was still in the ruins. Danfang Yushan pill is a good thing, but the most basic material for refining elixir is all kinds of spirit ministers. Lin Shu immediately learned the Dan formula after getting it. As the most basic type of the so-called Kiji pill, the Yushan pill is so powerful that it can be called a magic pill. Human flesh and bones are not exaggerated, as long as the lords below the diamond level have one breath. Whether it is dying from poisoning or missing a leg due to injury, a pomelo fiber pill will guarantee immediate vitality. Naturally, it is not so simple to refine such a heaven-defying pill, as long as there are 18 kinds of spirit herbs needed. Moreover, the amount, year, extraction method, etc. required for each medicinal material are different. Just looking at Lin Shu for a few moments made my scalp tingle. It can only be said that an alchemist is worthy of being a nobleman among the nobles. It's really not what most people want to achieve. Moreover, only the spirit grass is not enough, there must be a suitable alchemy furnace. It is best to have a strange fire that can be manipulated skillfully. Alchemy techniques are also very important. After a brief look, Lin Shu almost doubts life. Alchemy, is it so troublesome? Lin Shu's face hurts. After all, he imagined alchemy is too simple. It seems that if you want to make alchemy, you still have a long way to go. But everything is difficult at the beginning, anyway idle is idle. Lin Shu hugged Dan Fang and began to gnaw on it. He didn't have many spiritual herbs. But there was a hero under his command, Awa, who almost forgot. Lin Shu called her over directly. Awa, who has long worshipped Lin Shu, ran over after receiving the call from her master. A huge tree rose from the ground, and its thick roots turned into legs to run on the ground. It doesn't look like a serious tree at all. After arriving in the territory, Awa turned into a half-meter tall grass again. Awa, I have met the master. A human face appeared on the grass, exactly the same as Lin Shu's. With eyes full of little fans, he looked at Lin Shu in admiration. Lin Shu rubbed his forehead, how weird it looked. Awa, don't imitate whoever you see in the future, it's impolite. Lin Shu warned, looking at his face with such an expression on himself. It's a little uncomfortable. Oh, master, what kind of face do you think I should change? As a plant hero, Awa is ignorant, and Lillian is the first humanoid creature she has seen. Lin Shu was the second, so he automatically imitated their appearance. Forget it, you'd better imitate Lillian. Lin Shu opened his mouth. Pinching his face is really not something he is good at. After thinking about it, he simply said, anyway, Lillian's face is impeccable and looks comfortable. Owner. Lillian suddenly pursed her mouth from the side, no matter whose face was held by others. I will not feel comfortable. It's okay, just treat her as your sister. Lin Shu comforted, hearing what the master said. Lillian had no choice but to accept it. Awa, you have planted so many spiritual herbs, what kind of spiritual herbs are they? After a few people joked, Lin Shu got down to business. He also tried to identify it by himself, but unfortunately those spirit herbs knew him, but he didn't know the spirit herbs. They all look the same at first glance, but you can only distinguish the subtle differences if you look carefully. The spiritual grass planted by Awa has about 3 acres of land, which is divided into 10 small sections. A total of 10 kinds of spiritual herbs can be barely identified after careful discrimination, but the specific one is which is blackened. Master, there are only 4 kinds of spirit grasses in total, namely 3-leaf star orchid, clear spirit grass, falling soul chrysanthemum and companion flower. Awa is an honest hero. After the loyalty is 100, he obeys the orders of his master 100%. Her things are naturally the owner's things. Only 4. Lin Shu was taken aback, slightly embarrassed. He obviously read it several times and there are 10 types. Yes, they are planted according to different years. The first 3 fields were reclaimed by me the day before yesterday, and they were planted in 1 year. The 3 fields in the middle were reclaimed a few years ago, and they are 50 years old. The last 3 plots are planted with centenary years. The last piece of land is the accompanying flower. This kind of spiritual grass needs to grow together with other spiritual grasses. It is less dependent on spiritual energy, so there is no need to plant them separately. Speaking of farming, Awa suddenly became interested. Pointing to his own country and talking, he knows the habits, growth conditions and functions of various spiritual herbs. How do you know so much? Lin Shu's eyes brightened, and suddenly he found that he had picked up a treasure. This ginseng fruit tree is not only a spiritual herb that has become a spirit, but also a scholar. Master, I am a 300-year-old ginseng fruit tree. I can tell what I like and dislike when I eat it. Awa was very proud, and she was very happy to be praised by the master. You'll know when you eat it. Dumbfounded, Lin Shu suddenly fell silent. What a devil! I thought these spiritual herbs were his people, but now I found out that they were his rations. By the way, you said that the piece in the middle was reclaimed a few years ago, and it's 5,000 years old. Feeling slightly confused, Lin Shu quickly thought of something and asked. That's right, the spiritual field I opened up has the function of promoting birth, which can shorten the growth time of spiritual grass. In the past, 1 year can be equal to 10 years. Now that the level has been raised to LV 100, almost 1 year can be equal to 50 years. Awa gratefully said to Lin Shu, although following her master at the beginning was from the heart. But just surrendered to the master and gave himself a big gift. The level has soared from IV2B to 10 mu level. Even the efficiency of farming by myself has been greatly improved, and those rations have changed from the pitiful decades before to 100 years of spiritual grass. The effect of the spiritual energy contained in it must be at least doubled. And according to this posture, I am afraid that the level will continue to increase rapidly. When she reaches hundreds of levels or even thousands of levels, it may not be impossible to plant a 1,000-year elixir or even a 10,000-year elixir. 10,000-year elixir, it can no longer be called elixir 14.6. That is divine grass. Thinking of this, Awa was so excited that the photosynthesis was about to stop. That's good, good, farm well, come to me if you need anything, you don't have to worry about anything else. Lin Shu was also overjoyed. Originally, after taking over Awa, she only came here because of her farming skills. Now I realize that I still underestimated her. A 6-star auxiliary hero is an extremely rare existence in itself. Coupled with my own SSS-level talent, the effect is simply beyond imagination. If there is an opportunity in the future to help him break through to a 9-star or even a 10-star hero, his dream of an alchemist will definitely come into sight. You must know that becoming an alchemist is not just something that can be done with alchemy recipes. Even if you have managed the pill furnace and strange fire, if you don't have enough spiritual herbs to practice your hands, that is bound to fail. Alchemist is a profession that burns money. Common people don't even think about it. Come and tell me about these spirit herbs when you have time. Lin Shu looked at Ahua with satisfaction, and suddenly heard the spirit grass needed in the pomelo fiber pill. Do you know these spirit herbs? Lin Shu wrote down the spirit herbs needed for Yushan pill, and handed them to Awa. Taishuan fruit, ghost vine grass, rootless flower. I only know this Taishuan fruit, and I don't know the others. Awa took a look, then shook her head blankly. She is a hero of the wild plant department, and she can grow spiritual grass only by her own innate skills. Since he was born, he hasn't left the spiritual grass garden very much, and his knowledge is not as wide as that of Lillian. Among the 18 flavors of spiritual herbs, I only know one kind. However, as long as I eat any spiritual grass, I can grow it. Awa said confidently. Eat and grow, no seeds needed. Lin Shu was a little dazed, feeling that he still underestimated this Awa. The supernatural power is really not small. Well, these 4 kinds of spiritual herbs are the most delicious spiritual herbs I have eaten in the past few hundred years, so I planted them all. If the master needs anything, get me a taste and I can help people reproduce on a large scale. Ahua is confident, this is her own talent. The kind you're born with. The most delicious ones. What other spiritual herbs will you grow? Lin Shu was a little surprised, and realized that maybe he should dig out this wild hero. This guy has a lot in stock. I can also use broccoli, geranium, and halitosis. But they are not tasty, especially halitosis, which has a bad smell. Awa burst out the names of more than a dozen kinds of spirit herbs in a row, and now even Lillian was stunned. He opened his mouth wide and was speechless for a while, then looked at Awa enviously. This cheap little sister has eaten so much. I think she is also a leader of the charming witch family, the highest level hero in history. I have eaten a lot of good things in the clan, but I can't imagine how extravagant it is for this Awa to eat spirit grass as a meal. Awa, plant them all, and plant as many as you can. Lin Shu was excited, he had never heard of these names before. But it doesn't matter, as long as it is spiritual grass, it is a treasure. I don't have to worry about selling the kind, the higher the year, the more expensive it is. This Awa is a wild hero, this is his fortune tree. Lin Shu, who had been idle for a long time, finally found something to do, and learned the knowledge of spiritual herbs from Awa. Awa, who distinguishes spirit herbs by eating them, has her own unique insights into spirit herbs, and Lin Shu also benefited a lot for a while. By the way, where did you see Taishuangguo? After studying, Lin Shu asked curiously. There are 18 spirit herbs in Yushandan, among which there is a spirit herb called Taishuangguo that Ahua said she has seen before. Lin Shu immediately changed his mind. It's across from a Blackwater river in the west, I met it 200 years ago. There was remembrance in Ahua's eyes, but her tone was a bit regretful. At the beginning, I just became a hero not long ago. I smelled it and looked for spiritual grass to eat. It's a pity that it was a bit strong, so I didn't succeed. That smell, it's very delicious when you smell it. It's a pity that I ran so fast that I couldn't catch up. Master, I can beat him now, if I meet him again, I won't be able to escape. Awa suddenly became excited, her former self and Taizongguo were the same. But today is different from the past, after following the master, his level has improved by leaps and bounds. The improvement in strength in a few days is worth more than hundreds of years in the past. It is absolutely impossible for Taishuangguo to have such an opportunity as me, and if I meet him again, I will definitely not be able to run away. The strength is a bit strong. Is he also a plant hero? Lin Shu's eyes lit up, this is good news. Leaving aside the combat power of plant heroes, support is definitely the most excellent choice. Most plant heroes are better at healing, such as Awa, who is also proficient in planting spirit grass. The value is even much higher than that of battle heroes. Right now, there is another clue of a plant hero, it would be even better if he can subdue it. It wasn't 200 years ago, but it was already 100 years ago when I met him again, but the level is a little lower than mine. Awa looks excited, she is a foodie. She never forgets the fragrance of Taishuan fruit, judging from her years of experience in eating spiritual herbs. Taishuan fruit is definitely a peerless delicacy, if you can eat one, that would be great. Well, let Lillian accompany you on a trip to find the Taishuan fruit. Lin Shu made a decisive decision and gave orders to the two. Pomelo fiber pills are priceless, and finding materials is not an easy task. But since there is news, if you don't look for it, you will be sorry for yourself. Yes, Master. Awa was very happy, now with Lillian. As long as he meets Taishuangguo, he will definitely not be able to run away. The two retreated, a tree and a roe deer galloped away. It looks a bit weird. Lin Shu watched the two go away, then looked away. The rest time for some conversations is almost over, and the 11th wave of battle is about to begin. Opening the auction house, sun-piercing sword has been sold. In the end, it was bought by Han Zhengyu at a price of 570,000 gold coins. The members of the Han family are indeed local tyrants. Lin Shu said with emotion that he was happy to accept the payment. As for whether the Guanri sword will become an enemy, he doesn't care anymore. No matter how fast Han Zhengyu was, it was not as fast as him. I planned to keep it before, but now there is no need. Although the human race is under great pressure in this world, the Federation has no mandatory requirements for going to the battlefield. Those who are afraid of death can choose not to be a lord, so naturally they don't need to go to the battlefield. It is to be a weak person, find a job in the rear and spend the rest of your life stably. It's still a chance to become stronger, go to the battlefield to fight. It's entirely a matter of personal choice. He can give other lords a little more time to develop within the scope of his ability, but the premise is that it does not affect his own income. The shot of the piercing sun sword, combined with a powerful group attack skill. It will definitely shorten the time for each wave of battle to be greatly shortened. Going on for half an hour and 20 minutes is a bit unsafe. Need to increase the speed again. But it's not necessary to go all out. That would be completely denying people a way to live. After thinking for a while, Lin Shu opened the friend bar. Lin Shu, Han Zhengyu can pass the test in a few minutes at the fastest with the sun-piercing sword and a group attack skill. Question mark. In the Black Snow territory, Morang Zan, who was a little bit disappointed because Lin Shu didn't reply, was overjoyed when she received the news. This dog man played one piece with another so superbly that it made Morang Zan's teeth itch. But I can't resist the true feelings in my heart, even though I don't know what Lin Shu means. But still count it seriously. Morang Zan. It mainly depends on the skill range and cooldown time, but monsters don't appear all at once. If calculated according to the fastest time, it takes at least 10 minutes. 10 minutes is enough. Lin Shu nodded. This is actually very easy to calculate. The main reason is that he doesn't know what level Han Zhengyu is and how many monsters there will be. With Morang Zan's words, he has a bottom line in his heart. Han Zhengyu paid such a high price to buy the Guanri sword. He knew why, but the title of Rookie King was just a dispensable embellishment for the young master of the family. But for him as a common person, it is a real unimaginable benefit. The rewards obtained by the Rookie King and the Grand Slam Rookie King are also very different, and no mistakes are allowed in this point. Build, Thunder Turret. Everything is ready. Lin Shu no longer hesitates. I got the Thunder Turret on the second day, and only now started building the second one. It takes a full 50,000 gold coins to build a Thunder Turret, which is not cheap. But now he can be regarded as a local rich man, with more than 2 million gold coins on him. After expecting 100 gold coins, Lin Shu directly built 20 Thunder Turrets. In the next few days, we will build some more one after another, use 10,000 times experience to quickly increase the level in the trial ground. Only in this way can we deal with unknown dangers after going to the chaotic battlefield. The Thunder Turret has just been built, and the 11th wave of trial monsters has finally arrived. 3 black vortexes floated on the ground, endless monsters from the abyss flooded in like tides. This wave of monsters looks like a snake man, just like the Naga in Legendary. The level has reached level 30, and the attributes have also been greatly enhanced. There are even a few elite monster bosses appearing occasionally. Lin Shu ordered the Arrow Tower and the first Thunder Turret to disable the attack. Instead, let the Thunder Turret that was just built take action. Boom! Thunder clouds emerged one after another, and lightning and thunder struck the abyssal snake one after another. The first level Thunder Turret can only attack 2,000 points, and the damage to the 30 level Abyssal Demon God is quite low. However, the attack distance is far enough to start attacking from 1,000 meters away. When the Abyss Snake approached the territory, it finally concentrated fire and killed one. Kill the LV-30 Abyssal Snake. Gain experience 3,450. Trigger 10,000 times experience. Gain experience 34,501. Thunder Turret V1 Right Pointing Arrow LV-18. 20 Thunder Turrets, the level soared to 18 in an instant. After that, the output was greatly increased, and the abyssal snakes were instantly torn apart by lightning and died completely. Countless experience flooded in like a tide, and it was almost worth 1/3 of the experience gained from the trials. Thunder Turret IV-18 Right Pointing Arrow IV-23. Thunder Turret IV-23 Right Pointing Arrow V-26. Opening square bracket, closing square bracket. The level of the Thunder Turret soared, and soon reached level 50. At this time, the experience gained will slow down, and there are too many monsters with a level beyond that. Only a little compulsory experience can be obtained. Shoot all. Lin Shu cancelled the order to prohibit attacks. It takes a little experience for a level 200 defensive tower to attack a level 30 abyssal snake. The same is true for level 50, naturally there is no need to limit it. This is a way, at least it can increase 20 or 30 levels. Lin Shu muttered, this is what he thought about a long time ago. Although 10,000 times experience is against the sky, the actual experience gained is far less than 10,000 times. After all, the soaring level brought by 10,000 times experience can easily lead to level suppression. A normal level 30 monster can gain 3000 experience, but after being suppressed by the level, it can only gain 1 point. Even if it is doubled by 10,000 times, it is only 10,000 experience points, which is not a big improvement compared to the original 3000 experience points. The most important thing is that my Lord experience has been reduced by 10 times, resulting in my strength far surpassing ordinary people, and at the same time the Lord level is not high. Although such a wave of operations can only last for a short time, it is enough for him to catch up with a wave of Lord level. Coupled with the improvement of the Book of Knowledge, the level will not be dropped too much. Upgrading is still a big problem. Even if there are unlimited upgrades, it's rare to get too high. Lin Shu frowned slightly and muttered, "The monsters in the trial land came one after another. It can still improve quickly, but it's hard to say if you go to the chaotic battlefield. If you want to upgrade, you have to have enough monsters to kill him." While thinking wildly, the battlefield is coming to an end soon. 20 thunder turrets have been upgraded to more than 70 levels, and the level of experience required to upgrade the arrow towers is halved, which can be said to be the best. Already reached level 228. The next wave is expected to break through the limit again and trigger super evolution. The watchtower and the first thunder turret have finally reached level 200. Watchtower IV 200 right pointing arrow LV 201. Break through the upper limit of the level for the second time, trigger super evolution, please choose the direction of evolution within 10 seconds. 1. Additional 1000 points of real damage per second. 2. Vision increased by 50%. Vision increased by 100%. Evolution 3. Lin Shu's eyes lit up. It could be said that he was thinking of something. He now has 450 arrow towers, 21 thunder towers. The shooting range is as high as more than 300,000 meters. However, limited by the view of the watchtower, it is only 20,000 meters away. The security range of the territory is greatly limited, and the most urgent need is a means to increase the field of vision. A burst of brilliance flickered, and the watchtower seemed to have undergone a transformation. The watchtower, which is more than 200 meters high, is shimmering with hazy brilliance, and many low obstacles can no longer block the extension of the field of vision. 800 miles away, give me a shot to kill the Devil's command post. Lin Shu's face turned pale, and a familiar voice suddenly sounded in his mind. I couldn't help but smile at the corner of my mouth. It won't be long. I will realize what this hero can do. It's time to end. Lin Shu threw the messy thoughts out of his mind, stood up and looked at the first auric. No more fear and worry. Ha ha ha, sun-piercing sword is really powerful. In the Black Forest territory, Han Zhengyu is showing off his might with a sun-piercing sword in his hand. The sword swung, and a huge hand that looked like blood coagulated fell from the sky and slammed it down fiercely. Wherever it passed, countless monsters were instantly annihilated. The achievement brought by this extreme power to kill ferocious beasts made him obsessed. As a lord, personally control the direction of the battle, crushing the output of hundreds of arms by one person. How cool this feeling is, you can only understand it when you do it. Lin Shu, even willing to sell such treasures, don't blame me for being rude. Han Zhengyu sneered, feeling extremely happy. He felt that Lin Shu must have lost his mind, otherwise a normal person would not sell this thing. Unless, he has something better than this, better. Han Zhengyu was thinking in his mind, his body froze suddenly. It seems to confirm his conjecture. The next second, a vast sky sounded again. Congratulations to Lord Novice Lin Shu for being the first to clear the 11th wave of Abyss trials. Pass the customs, and pass the customs again. Han Zhengyu's face gradually became stiff, and the smile disappeared and was replaced by a mixture of blue and white, and his heart suddenly felt ashamed. I was still mocking Lin Shu just now, but in a blink of an eye he was the first to clear the level again. This heavenly sound was like a slap, it slapped him hard on the face. It made him feel hot on his face immediately, and he was even more ashamed and annoyed in his heart. If no one saw it, he wished he could find a crack in the ground and sneak in. Hateful. Han Zhengyu became angry from embarrassment, secretly hated. You actually tricked Ben Shao again. Han Zhengyu was mad with hatred and attributed everything to Lin Shu. But he didn't think about it at all, whether someone forced him to pay a high price to buy it. If you want to compete for the title of Rookie King, you can only rely on your strength. All other methods are useless. Here is the fairest place in the universe, the stars, the heavens and the world. Isolate as much as possible from all external factors. Lin Shu, I'm not finished with you. However, looking for reasons from oneself is something only a saint can do. Han Zhengyu was just an ordinary person, and his hatred for Lin Shu immediately deepened in his heart. At this moment, he is mad with hatred here, and the chat channel exploded again. Did you make a mistake? It's getting faster and faster. Poisonous, it's over in 10 minutes, I just killed more than 20 monsters. The 11th wave of trials, I have not harvested as much as the first wave, can you believe it? Boss Lin Shu is going too far, give us a way out. Run in tears. I used to think that the sooner the boss kills the better, now I know I was wrong. It's bad, we won't be able to develop at all if we go on like this. Even if we pass the trial, entering the battlefield of chaos may be a fatal situation. It's over, Barbie's buckle. Countless lords wailed endlessly, no one is a fool now. The place of trials is a place of trials, and it is a chance for the new lords to grow. It is equivalent to a training ground, otherwise a rookie lord will be directly thrown into the chaotic battlefield. That was a dead end. However, due to the appearance of Lin Shu, many high-level equipment and blueprints appeared in this trial. Almost all by Lin Shu. These good things naturally have nothing to do with common lords, only the strong have enough resources to buy and exchange. Then the result is that the strong get stronger and the weak get weaker. The situation caused by the strong being too strong is what it is now. A group of strong people must do their best to compete for the Rookie King. Naturally, no one can stop and take care of Lord Common. They are facing this problem now, and it seems like a good thing that the probability of passing the trial is high. But all of them are stunted lords, going to the battlefield of chaos is no different from dying. But if you are afraid of death and withdraw when you can clear the level, you will be extremely unwilling. Pain and joy, making a group of common lords hesitate. However, the voices of the common people are destined to be drowned out, and no one pays attention to their choices. In the Black Snow territory, Morang Zan couldn't help opening her mouth when she heard the notification sound. But in my heart I was secretly delighted, this dog man. I really didn't look away. Everyone thought that his potential was exhausted, but who would have known that this was just the beginning? Today is like hanging up, the customs clearance time is getting shorter every time. Before I asked me how long it would take for Han Zhengyu to clear the level. Could it be that he deliberately controlled the time? If you shoot with all your strength, it will be faster. An unbelievable idea suddenly appeared in Morang Zan's heart, her face turned red with excitement. His eyes flickered, but he was thinking of something unsuitable for children. There are not a few lords who are shocked at this moment, in a certain blue sky white cloud-like territory. The silver-haired Lang Shuyao couldn't help but shook her head with a wry smile. Completely gave up on the extravagant demands of the Rookie King. Powerful lord, take a look. The mysterious businessman arrives as scheduled, always very quickly. I don't know how they are related to the monsters of the abyss. Lin Shu always feels that this special race may be more terrifying than the abyss. Thinking in his heart, Lin Shu came to the edge of the territory. He looked at the backpack opened by the mysterious businessman. Only 3. After seeing it, Lin Shu was a little disappointed, there were only 3 items this time. There is also a blue-framed white paper on attributes, which is another blueprint of a book of knowledge. The price has risen from the initial 3,000 gold coins to 50,000 gold coins. Lin Shu was the first to take it down. The book of knowledge at level 4 can add 20,000 experience points. Upgrading to another level can almost be worth brushing a wave of abyss trial monsters. After taking the blueprint of the book of knowledge, there are still 2 items left. A blue card, and a cloud-like pattern. Birth soil 1 cubic. Soil containing magical power, with many uses. Price, 1 million gold coins. It turned out to be Xiong. Lin Shu's eyes widened suddenly, as if he had won the lottery. This thing is an incredible treasure. Xiong, legendary, is a heaven-defying treasure from the 9 heavens. It has a wide range of functions, and can be transformed into magic armor in battle. As strong as legendary gear. Auxiliary can be used to cultivate spiritual grass and plant elixir. The effect is stronger than the top spiritual soil. As materials, it can be used to refine many powerful equipment magic weapons. It is said that adding a little breath to the magic weapon or equipment of the artifact level will improve the quality. More importantly, this thing has the feature of automatic growth. Put a little bit of soil there and don't worry about it, it will automatically increase. The more the soil, the faster it will grow. It is the divine grade material that all lords dream of. Although it has the attribute of automatic splitting, its value is still unimaginably high. After all, no one would think too much of this level of material, let alone sell it. It's useless for Lin Shu to buy it temporarily, but it's not a waste to use it to plant spiritual grass for Awa. As a plant hero, Ahua's body is still the ginseng fruit tree in Legendary. Give her the breath soil, and the cultivation speed of the spiritual grass will definitely go up to a higher level. Powerful lord, goodbye by fate. The goods were sold out again, and the mysterious businessman returned satisfied with his backpack. Lin Shu also returned to the lord's mansion, not in a hurry to synthesize the Book of Knowledge. Play another wave tonight, the Book of Knowledge will be cooled down. When the time comes to use and resynthesize, you can directly use it twice. There are a lot of congratulatory voices in the chat channel, as well as many worried words from Lord Common. Although Lin Shu felt a lot of emotion in his heart, it was impossible to sacrifice his own interests to make way for them. Besides, even if he has a heart attack, it's useless to let Lord Common kill more monsters. Because of the Han Zhengyu of Guanri sword, it only takes 10 minutes at most to clear the level. He can be Madonna, but he can't prove his ambitions. Out of sight, out of mind, Lin Shu simply closed the chat channel. Looking at Lillian's vision while doing nothing, she and Ahua set out to find the trace of Taishuangguo in the morning. I haven't come back yet. The field of view is shared, and you can see that the two are still sprinting in the forest. It was obviously beyond the viewing range of the watchtower, but Lin Shu sensed that it was still within the attack range of the arrow tower. I felt relieved immediately. Ahua's thick roots turned into two thick thighs, striding wildly like a titan. Lillian turned into a deer and lay directly on a branch of Ahua's body. Ahua's transformed face and nose fluttered as if she was sniffing something, and she changed direction from time to time and ran away. The ground rumbled and shook, and sometimes some ferocious beasts were frightened and fled. Obviously frightened by this giant, Ahua is in a happy mood. In the past, in order to plant some land and raise some rations, it can be said that she was careful and cautious. He didn't dare to reveal his own body, and he had to always pay attention to covering up the aura of the spirit grass for fear of attracting some vicious beasts. But now he can show his body and run unscrupulously, and the beasts he encounters can only run away. Don't mention how refreshing this difference is. It's coming soon, I smell the breath of Taizongguo. Ahua sensed Lin Shu's arrival, and couldn't help saying excitedly. That guy can be said to be her old enemy. The two have fought many times in hundreds of years, but they can't help each other every time. With the backing of the master this time, the centuries-old struggle must be ended. That guy also noticed me, so he ran like hell. Ahua was very excited, although every time in the past it ended with the failure of Taishuan fruit. But she didn't dare to hunt down. After all, the difference in strength was not too great. How can it be so cool today? Come on, if you need support, come to me at any time. Lin Shu encouraged. I'll give you a big gift when you come back in triumph. Thank you, master. Ahua's heart jumped for joy, and the whole tree's spirit seemed to increase a little bit. Retracting his vision, Lin Shu lay leisurely on the sofa on the third floor of the Lord's mansion. Started to study the knowledge of spiritual herbs seriously. These are the habits and differences of some spiritual herbs that Ahua gave him. Although the number of spiritual herbs involved is not large, only 20 or 30 types. But as a plant hero and good at farming, she also has her own unique views on this aspect. Lin Shu has benefited a lot from studying hard, laying a solid foundation for future alchemy. Lin Shu's leisure is not good, but he doesn't know that the other lords are miserable at the moment. The wailing of the chat channel will not change in any way. Faced with the choice of quitting after clearing the level, all the lords have 10,000 resentments in their hearts. Since the wailing of the weak cannot solve the problem, then they can only rely on themselves. In addition to the abyss monsters, there will be many native beasts in the trial land. Without the enemy lord, simply start sweeping the surrounding area. After all, fewer monsters in the abyss are killed, which means less time to clean the battlefield. They also have more time to hunt and kill the native beasts. In this way, there was a vigorous wave of mopping up the natives in the trial land. In the past, each session was basically focused on resisting trial monsters, and the search for natives was basically within a few kilometers of the territory. But now, Lord Common was forced to reverse the priority. Anyway, the trial will be over in a few minutes. Just leave some rough-skinned and thick-skinned units to delay for a few minutes, and it will be over. The large army simply marched towards the depths of the trial ground, with the main direction of sweeping up the natives. In this way, let alone, many lords have gained a lot. No one knows the origin of the place of trial, and no one can tell how many years it has existed. Among them, the indigenous people have relatively few contacts, but according to records, they also exist. There are even intelligent creatures in Legendary, a magical race that can communicate with humans. There are also many fierce beasts that exist in the form of tribes, ranging from dozens to hundreds. Many are not even weaker than a wave of abyss trial monsters. In the past, every human race focused on resisting the monsters of the abyss, and the exploration of the trial land was also a little bit. This year is different. When countless common lords marched towards the depths of the trial ground, what happened to Wang Zhu was inevitable. In a certain shabby territory, a young man looked tangled for a while. Finally, he gritted his teeth and made up his mind. These fools won't give me a way out. The boy's face was livid and helpless, and he took out a piece of architectural blueprint with a firm expression. City wall, level 2 green excellent blueprint. After using it, you can build a second-level green city wall, which can resist the enemy's attack. The more gold coins and materials are consumed, the stronger the defense will be. Build, spend all gold coins. A trace of pain flashed in the boy's eyes, but he had no choice but to fight. Since you can't get any benefits from the trial, then just go out and give it a try. It's done, successfully pass the customs and become a lord. If it fails, then resign to fate and quit the trial and return to the rear. All the gold coins and materials in the backpack were consumed, and a section of the city wall was erected. The young man was reluctant to take a look at the lord's mansion, and led all his troops towards the distance. He is going to find the native beasts and kill them to get enough income. There are not a few lords like him, each of them is like a worker who has left his hometown. Although there are all kinds of worries in my heart, there is no other way. After a while, someone in the chat channel finally couldn't help showing off his achievements. Brothers are still defending Gil City. I found a mithril mine outside the leader, I'm so rich. Mithril mine. Envy. The natives are so fat. Nima killed a level 20 thick-skinned wild boar, not only costing 10 gold coins, but also gave a bunch of materials. Ha ha ha, I found a fine iron ore, send it. Lords of the plant department, let me tell you a secret. Our leader. The main mansion can run away and directly find a native tribe to settle down, and the natives will help block the monsters from the abyss when they come. 666, learned it. Indigenous tribes usually have bosses. The bigger the tribe, the stronger the bosses and the more good things. You all secretly got rich and now you're talking about it. As one lord shared his harvest, more lords couldn't hold it anymore. One after another began to show off their gains, and luckily found mines one by one. You only need to kill those who keep the mine, and you can get endless gains. Gather a whole mine and sell it after leaving the trial ground to get enough gold coins. Then buy equipment, buildings, etc. Even if you go to the place of trial, you can also have a certain amount of self-protection power. There are also plant lords who are constantly operating, relying on their buildings to stand up. He even ran away with the lord's mansion on his shoulders. Misfortune is being brought to the east, looking for an aboriginal tribe to settle down and planning to let the aboriginals help kill the monsters of the abyss. With such a big family, talents will always emerge endlessly. Just seeing Lin Shu is also an eye-opener. However, it is the lucky ones among the crowd who can have enviable gains after all. Most of them are still fruitless, and even sadly cannot beat the natives and are hunted down to death. Those who have to escape back to the territory and choose to quit the trial are considered lucky. But human beings are like this, they only remember to eat but not to fight. What you see in your head is the harvest of others, and the end of death and tragedy. Naturally, I don't have time to show off in the chat channel what happened to me specifically. Then only you know. But in any case, after all, they found another way out for the common lords. Whether they can get through is their own business. The chat channel is very lively, and sometimes some lords exchange experiences with each other on it. It can be regarded as the last all-people cooperation. Time passed slowly like this, the 12th wave of monsters came. The 4th day also came to an end. In this wave of battles, Lin Shu's arrow tower has finally risen to level 250. Introduced the 5th super evolution. The arrow tower breaks through the level limit for the 5th time and triggers super evolution. Please choose the direction of evolution within 10 seconds. Plus 150%. 2. Rate of fire growth increased by 50%. 3. Blinding 20%. Li Nujiao will cause blinding effect to the enemy when attacking. Evolution 3. There is nothing to hesitate, Lin Shu has already made the arrow tower into a support type. Just stack all kinds of buffs desperately, even if you can't kill the enemy, you can still discuss the enemy to death. At the end of a wave, the arrow tower has risen to IV 263. The first thunder turret has finally been upgraded to IV 239, and it will trigger super evolution once again. Lin Shu couldn't help but look forward to it. The Lord level has also risen to IV 45. Tomorrow, you will definitely be able to upgrade to level 50. At that time, the 6th talent can be unlocked. The only pity is that as a novice lord, the upper limit is only level 50. You need to leave the trial ground before you can continue to break through. This wave, the mysterious businessman did not produce any good things. Lillian and Ahua didn't come back at night, they were still chasing after Taishuangguo. That thing ran so fast, Lin Shu shared the vision of the two of them and followed it for most of the night. In the end, I do not know when or fell asleep. On the 5th day, dark clouds cover the top. After the light of the blood moon disappeared, it was obviously daytime, but the light was not dimmer than the night. Lin Shu looked up at the sky. Lillian and Ahua had already chased for more than 50 kilometers away. That Taishuangguo was so tenacious beyond imagination that he was still running away at high speed. Looking back, the 13th wave of abyssal monsters arrived as scheduled. Lin Shu stared closely at Black's vortex. This time the monster was a kind of magic wolf. The size of the wild wolf is far larger than that of common, and it is 2 meters long. Black hair like steel needles, scarlet eyes and salivating mouth. Sen Lang's teeth speak for their ferocity. 30-level abyssal demon wolves rushed in like a tide. The huge size brings extreme oppression, and the number of purgatory-level difficulty makes it look like a vast ocean. However, Lin Shu didn't set his sights on them, but just looked around at the black vortex in 4 directions. Following the attack of the demon wolf, 4 tall figures came from the darkness in a short while. Sure enough, there are 4. Lin Shu's eyes moved slightly, and it was exactly as he guessed. Purgatory level difficulty, terrifying enough to make your scalp tingle. On the 5th day today, 4 epic level bosses appeared. According to this rule, tomorrow is 5, and the day after tomorrow is the last day. A total of 6 epic level bosses. Hiss. Lin Shu couldn't help but gasp. This level of difficulty let others know that he might be scared to death. However, his current strength is not what it used to be, and he has enough confidence. Auric IV 40. Epic level boss. Epic boss. Life. 80 million. Attack. 2 million. Defense. 1.5 million. Skills. Coil of Death, Aphotic Shield, Frostmourne, Resurrection. The 4th Auric, the attribute is still terrifying millions. However, the skills appeared completely different, which caused Lin Shu a lot of headaches. The 4 Aurics stood in the 4 directions of east, west, and north respectively, with will-o'-the-wisps flickering in their empty eye sockets. Holding a giant sword in their hands, they were majestic and depressing. Lin Shu stared at the 4 skeletons quietly for a while, then gradually retracted his gaze. Countless sword rain poured down, mixed with various buffs, making the magic wolves unable to move as if they were stuck in a quagmire. Until the 2nd arrow hits the instant kill. Get 10,000 experience points. Get 10,000 experience points. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. The number of monsters skyrocketed again, bringing about a rapid increase in level. Even if he can only get 0.1 experience each time, Lin Shu's experience bar is also skyrocketing. Various building defense towers are upgraded almost every second. 5 minutes later, a milky white beam of light suddenly rose from the first Thunderbolt turret. The pleasant prompt sounded in Lin Shu's mind. Thunder turret IV-250 right pointing arrow LV-251. Thunder turret breaks through the level limit and triggers super evolution. Please choose the evolution direction within 10 seconds. 1. Attack growth doubled. 2. The attack type is transformed into pure damage that ignores defense. 3. The scope of skills is doubled. Lin Shu was excited for a while, the 5th tier thunder turret. Looking forward to the stars and looking forward to the moon, finally looking forward to its super evolution. The 3 evolution directions are quite good. The growth of the first attack is doubled. It's enough to directly upgrade a 5th tier blue building into a purple building. The thunder turret of LV-251 can attack up to 100,000. If you choose evolution 1, you will immediately have 1,000,000 attacks. Such a terrifying number is enough to make all the lords' scalps tingle. The second attribute, transforming the attack type of the thunder turret into a pure attack that ignores defense. Looking at this attribute, Lin Shu's breathing became heavy in an instant. Whether it is a lord, a hero or a unit, there are different types of attacks. The most common one is physical damage, and knife and sword injuries all belong to this category. It is also the attack type of most arms, and the opponent only needs to pile up defense to achieve the effect of reducing damage. The second type belongs to spell damage, and the thunder cloud of the thunder turret belongs to this type. The effect of defensive attribute resistance will be reduced a lot, and unique spell resistance is needed to reduce spell damage. The third type, this is pure harm. Also called sacred damage, it belongs to the type of damage caused by half-divine grade divine power. It is a dimensionality reduction blow to life below half-divine grade. With this kind of damage, all defenses, armor, and magic resistance are like paper. Simply irresistible. Only the same divine power can resist. It can be said that below half divine grade, if anyone has the means of pure harm. Even those who are more than 10 levels strong must be careful, otherwise it is quite normal for a ship to capsize in the gutter. Lin Shu's Paradise Michael's sword is red legendary level, relying on a pure damage attribute. Almost without thinking too much, Lin Shu has already determined the direction of evolution. The property of the panel does not seem to be doubled as the first attack, but it directly ignores the enemy's defense. The value of this attribute depends entirely on how high the enemy's defense is. For example, facing the epic level boss Auric, who he still had a headache before, even the 250 level thunder turret couldn't break through the defense. In his plan, the thunder turret is also the same as the arrow tower, and can only be used for auxiliary control purposes. The real main force has to rely on himself and Lillian. But with this attribute, it is completely different. Build more thunder turrets, and Auric will not be so scary. Lin Shu murmured, filled with joy in his heart. I didn't expect that the thunder turret would have such a sky-defying attribute after it evolved for the first time. Choose evolution direction 2. Lin Shu didn't even read the third article, and directly determined the direction of evolution. Boom! The thunder turret with a height of 100 meters, the halo flickering around it. It seems that some kind of qualitative change has taken place. 10 minutes later, the battle ended on time. The vast sound of heaven resounded through the place of trial, because the Lord was extremely depressed but there was nothing he could do. Lin Shu picked up and cleaned the battlefield with one click, and then went outside the territory skillfully. The mysterious businessman has appeared here at some point. Powerful Lord, take a look. The mysterious businessman put the large backpack on the ground and opened the pocket of the backpack to reveal the 5 items inside. Lin Shu glanced at it and couldn't help curling his lips. 2 of the 5 items were of attributes. A blue card and an energy book. There is nothing to say and just take it down. Among the remaining 3 pieces, there are 2 pieces of equipment and a book-like thing. Silver Moon Crystal. Purple Perfect. Hero Equipment. Equipment Level. IV 50. Attack Speed plus 80%. Price. 100,000 gold coins. A piece of jewelry with a single attribute but quite powerful. But it's useless to Lin Shu, both heroes rely on their skills for a living. This kind of equipment that increases attack speed is meaningless. The second one is also a garbage purple outfit. Lin Shu didn't even bother to look at it and just took it. Then he looked expectantly at the last book. Detailed explanation of basic footwork. After use, you can learn the basic footwork. Practice can make the footwork superb. Price: 10W gold coins. It turned out to be the basic footwork. Lin Shu's eyes suddenly brightened, after experiencing the battle with Xie Wendong. He deeply realized that people are different from each other. Those strong people monopolize 80% of society's resources and information, and those in their own families have honed their physical martial arts since childhood. But they declared it useless to the outside world, allowing their clansmen to win at the starting line not only in terms of resources since childhood. And even the combat power is far beyond ordinary people, which is enough to show the importance of these basic techniques. If it wasn't for the success of his job transfer to Heavenly Sword, he directly obtained the basic swordsmanship of the proficient level. There is really no other way to fight Xie Wendong except attribute crushing. Attributes and equipment can only show strong physical fitness. But the real fighting skills are the most important. This basic technique is the basis for learning more advanced skills. If you don't learn it well, you will be able to learn various skills after changing jobs. It is also difficult to fully exert its power. Study. Lin Shu was overjoyed. This kind of thing was monopolized by the top management. Common people have no channels to buy, and it belongs to the exclusive resources of the upper-level powerhouses. After the last battle with Xie Wendong, he wanted to get a set of basic cheats to practice, but he didn't expect to get one now. Can't wait to choose to use. The basic footwork cheats turned into a ray of light and merged into Lin Shu's body. Lin Shu closed his eyes and stood there, countless messages flickering in his mind. A small person keeps moving his feet, tossing and turning between square inches, but his body doesn't seem to move at all. Arrows are shot from afar, and the villain can easily dodge them just by moving around. No matter what the arrow is, it can't hit once. Good footwork. After a long time, Lin Shu opened his eyes and shouted loudly. As if he has practiced for decades, everything is clear in his heart. But you still need to practice more, now it's just an introduction. Lin Shu muttered, he knew it was all his own illusion. This kind of intensive will integrate all the footwork into the mind, but it does not mean that you have learned it. It is still necessary for the Lord to continue to exercise himself before he can gradually enter the realm. Reigning swordsmanship, there is another basic footwork. Lin Shu thought, he had nothing before. After the job transfer is successful, there is one more thing, that is to practice swordsmanship. This thing can fly with the sword after it has been trained to a small level, and it can fly across the nether world. It is the standard equipment of the immortals in the previous life. Lin Shu is naturally yearning for it, that is to say, he made a prescription. I just started to study the spiritual grass experience given by Awa, and now I have almost mastered it and plan to continue practicing sword control. I didn't expect to have one more thing to do. However, this is the daily life of the Lord. It is too dangerous for the Lord to personally go into battle (CGDF) to kill the enemy. It also does not meet the status of the Lord. There is not so much to do in the rear, and most lords are very boring. At this time, everyone is usually looking for a cheat book or exercises such as skills. First, it can pass the time, and second, it can also improve your own combat power. After all, it is one thing for the Lord not to go into battle to kill the enemy, but it is another matter whether he has the strength to kill the enemy. In the days that followed, Lin Shu was completely fulfilled. In addition to cleaning the battlefield after each wave of battles and going to the mysterious merchant to sweep goods, basically they are practicing swordsmanship and basic footwork. In order to cooperate with the practice, he even drew an arrow tower to attack himself. Lin Shu grinned at the pain when he was often shot at first. All kinds of bad attribute buffs made Lin Shu miserable. It was the first time he tried to be attacked by his own arrow tower. Only then did he understand the power of multiple super evolutions. Each arrow has different attributes, this one is fire and the other one is ice. Some are even poisonous, causing blindness, dizziness, lightning strikes, etc. in turn. Although it can't cause any damage, it is enough to make people crazy. However, As a lord, even though he is only a novice lord, he can be regarded as an existence who has embarked on the extraordinary road, practicing martial arts as many times faster than ordinary people. In addition, Lin Shu has already changed jobs, and his body has been digitized. The progress of the practice has to be accelerated a lot. It is no exaggeration to describe it as flying. At the beginning, one arrow tower was often shot, but in the afternoon, it was already difficult to hit the 3 arrow towers once. When you are tired, practice sword control, which is a way to control the sword with gods. It's a bit similar to sharing the hero's field of vision, as if the split screen is on. The left side is your own field of vision and the right side is the field of vision of the sword. You can direct the sword to fly where you want with a move of your mind. Extremely miraculous. No, after passing this thing, it is as difficult as a baby learning to walk, which is much more difficult than the basic gait. Up to now, Lin Shu can only stab out in a simple straight line, then stumbling around and flying back. Even so, its power cannot be underestimated. The flying sword is extremely fast, and its penetrating power is even stronger and invincible. Without using any attribute power, it is just a common whiteboard sword with the speed of Yujianshu. After Lin Shu tried it, he was able to pierce through the 1-meter-thick stone wall in Ahua's ruins. Although the whiteboard flying sword was broken afterwards, its power is undeniable. He needs to concentrate when wielding the sword, sitting cross-legged in the Lord's mansion. That feeling is like an incarnation outside the body, which is so magical and intoxicating. The two kinds of practice are alternated. When you are tired, you can practice basic footwork. When I was tired, I went to practice Yujian. For a while, Lin Shu was a little intoxicated in his own world and couldn't control himself. At most, it is occasionally taking time to pay attention to the movements of Lilian and Ahua. These two guys are still chasing Taishuangguo. I don't know how many legs that thing has grown. He wants to give up. However, the tenacity of Ahua and the other two came up, and they wanted to catch Taishuangguo desperately. Lin Shu let them go. In the evening, the 15th wave of trials ended. Lin Shu held the book of knowledge with a slight pain in his chest. It seemed that he had miscalculated before. The level has risen to IV50, reaching the upper limit. Next, you must leave the trial ground to officially break through and become the Bronze Lord. This is an IV4 book of knowledge and a blueprint of the book of knowledge. It's about to overflow. Let's take it out and sell it. Those who are capable are probably at the full level. Those who are not at the full level are not so extravagant and will spend money to buy experience. This thing is equivalent to being temporarily thrown away. Shaking his head, Lin Shu didn't bother to think too much, so he wasn't in a hurry to synthesize it. Put it away, and then look at your talent bar. The 6th talent can finally be unlocked. SSS-level talent contract sharing. All equipment attributes of the same type of arms are shared. The 6th talent, contract sharing. Individually, it doesn't seem to be against the sky, but when combined with the previous talent infinite equipment, that would be extremely perverted. All equipment attributes of the same type of arms are shared, which means that a certain arrow tower has a piece of equipment. It is equivalent to all the arrow towers with that piece of equipment. It's not just as simple as copying countless pieces of equipment, but more importantly, there is the talent of unlimited equipment slots. Lin Shu originally thought that all the equipment should be brought to a certain building, so as to create an existence similar to a super arrow tower. But now with contract sharing, it means that all buildings will no longer be strong or weak, but like a whole, just share a set of equipment. It's a pity that only the same type of arms can be shared. Lin Shu thought a little greedily, if all the buildings could be shared, that would be against the sky. But that's enough, the attributes of the arrow tower panel haven't changed much. But what is the specific combat power? Lin Shu couldn't help but look forward to tomorrow's performance. This wave of mysterious merchants still did not bring any good things, and all the equipment was brought directly to the arrow tower. The blueprints or other materials were directly thrown into the auction house, and the gold coins in the backpack had already exceeded the 5 million mark before they knew it. It made Lin Shu feel that there is too much money and no place to use it. It's night, the land of trials is rarely quiet. After tonight, it will enter the 6th day, and this year's trial journey will also usher in the end. It is very important for every lord, because one day later they will face the final choice. Should you enter the chaotic battlefield and fight to the death, or choose to quit and become a common person after seeing the good news? At night, the blood moon rises. Lin Shu contacted Yu Jianshu selflessly. If someone sees the tower defense territory at this moment, you can see a giant sword flexibly shuttle back and forth between the territories lined with tall towers, and sometimes bump into arrowed towers. Sometimes draw an S shape in the air, and sometimes draw a B. On the third floor of the Lord's mansion, Lin Shu sat cross-legged on the sofa with his eyes closed. His hands were in a seal on his chest, his fingertips were beating unconsciously. His mind is almost completely integrated into the sword. The state of the unity of human and sword is extremely subtle. At this moment, he seems to have completed the transformation from man to sword. The sword is him and he is the sword. I used to stumble like a baby learning to walk, but now I am much better now. Barely like a person who has drunk too much wine but is not yet drunk, walking crookedly but not falling down anyway. Master, I have chased Taishuan Guo. Just when Lin Shu felt that a mysterious state was coming, Lilian's excited voice came. He fell out of that state in an instant. Bang! Heaven Michael's sword also fell directly to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Depend on. Lin Shu let out a depressed roar. This extremely subtle feeling was like an epiphany. The state was too rare, but was interrupted by Lilian. But there was nothing he could do, and Lilian didn't know his current situation. Taking a deep breath to suppress the urge to yell, Lin Shu shared Lilian's vision. Hey, kid, can you really run? I'm so exhausted. Awa is like a shrew at this moment. The two branches seem to have her hands on her hips, and the words spit out by her beautiful and charming face are not very pleasant. A small tree much shorter than her in front of her also transformed into Lilian's face, looking at Ahua in horror. You. How is it possible? How did your strength rise so fast? Taishuangguo stammered. It's not a day or two since this ginseng fruit tree wanted to eat him. But he has always been played easily, and when he has played enough, he can easily get away and never catch up. However, I didn't expect that this time. I tried my best. After running away for 2 full days and 1 night, he couldn't escape, and finally he was caught up. What's even more frightening is that this guy's aura is so strong that it's outrageous. He could feel the terrifying breath tens of kilometers away, and the suppression of the level made him terrified. Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Eat it. Lilian turned into a human form, her pink tongue licked her lips. Coupled with the increasingly powerful alluring aura, it is simply enough to make people's nose bleed. It's a pity that facing the 2 trees, I wasted my expression in vain. The nostrils fluttered on her white and tender face. The aura of Tai Shuangguo made her drool almost flow down. And it's not like Awa never blooms for 10,000 years, but the Taishuan fruit tree in front of me is full of red fruits. You deceive people too much. Taishuan fruit tree looked desperate. He transformed earlier than ginseng fruit tree. However, the difference in rank is not a little bit, and the strength is not as good as that of Awa. Not to mention Lilian. Don't panic the killer. Lin Shu hurriedly stopped Awa. This guy is a hero after all. If you can subdue it, it is better to subdue it first. As for eating Taishuan fruit, as a teammate of the same camp, it's not too much to give some of the fruits you have grown to your friends, right? HMPH, you're lucky, little Schwanzi. Awa doesn't care, she just wants to eat Taishuan fruit. Just give her one, and she will be able to grow this thing by herself in the future. Lilian snorted coldly and looked at the Taishuan fruit tree. My master has taken a fancy to you, and now I will give you 2 ways. First, submit to my master and give us your fruit to eat. The second rule, kill you, we will eat your fruit. You choose. Tai Shuangguo's face turned bitter, and he made a choice without hesitation. Don't kill, I'll choose one. Awa had such an expression. Lin Shu was also a little speechless. Sure enough, these wild heroes are all people who know the current affairs. That's called Kongshin. Following the surrender, the name of Taishuan Guoshu was also revealed. Shaoxuanzi Taishuan Fruit Tree LV18. 2 stars. Magic power. 1,800,000. Defense. 180,000. Skills. Aura feedback. Earth Dungeon. Forest Eye. Loyalty. 80. Such rubbish. Looking at the properties of the Taishuan fruit tree, Lin Shu was a little disappointed. I thought that being able to compete with Awa for so many years must have almost the same strength. It turned out to be just a 2-star hero. The attributes are also so-so, but the skills are not bad. There are only 3 skills. The first, Reiki feedback, is an auxiliary skill. You can swallow your own spiritual energy to nourish other plants, and then improve yourself by feeding back. If you cooperate with Ahua, planting spiritual grass will definitely get twice the result with half the effort. The second and third skills are probably the reason why this guy can escape Ahua's pursuit over and over again. An earth escape is simply a magic skill in running. You can escape directly from the soil, and the distance depends on your strength. The eyes of the forest, he can move any plant. Obtaining their shared vision is almost like God's perspective. After so many years wandering around the trial land, what he brought is his map, which is called a big. Ahua and Lillian had already been discovered by him when they first set out to hunt down, that's why it took so long. It's a pity that Ahua's strength is not what it used to be now. Her absolute strength is enough to crush all conspiracies and tricks. No matter how tricky he is, he can't escape Ahua's clutches. The skill of opening maps is quite good. Seeing Xiaoxuanzi's skills, Lin Shu felt slightly satisfied. Although it is not a combat hero, most of the plants themselves belong to the auxiliary system. He is not short of combat strength. A super-evolved thunder turret is enough to crush low-star heroes. Little Xuanzi, do you know that you are well-developed? You will have fun after being with our master. Lillian looked at the bright red fruit hanging on the branch of Xiaoxuanzi and said absently, almost drooling, "Thank you, big sister, for your support. This is Xiaoxuanzi's just ripened Taishuan fruit. I would like to ask big sister to taste it. Let's not talk about the strength of those who can evolve into heroes all the way in the wild. At least they understand the ways of the world," Xiaoxuanzi said with a flattering face, and a branch full of red Taishuan fruits was sent to Lillian. Ha, ha ha, easy to talk about. Lillian immediately smiled, and unceremoniously picked off a few big ones and began to eat. Awa was almost drooling just looking at it. Sister Wa, I used to be too young to see Mount Tai, please take care of me from now on. Little Xuanzi was a tree spirit, so he offered it to Awa immediately. Well, I'll just eat one. Your master of Taishuan fruit is still useful, so keep it safe. Awa is an honest tree. Although her mouth was watering, she still held back and picked only one fruit. I eat one, and I can grow it myself in the future. Lillian's face was startled, a little embarrassed. Looking at the branches in front of you is not picking it, nor is it not picking it. It's okay, Sister Wa. No one has picked my fruit for hundreds of years. If it's not enough for the owner, it's a big deal. I'll just consume a little of the source and regenerate some. Little Xuanzi is worthy of his special name, he has a high EQ. After a few words, he handed it over to the steps, and Lillian's face immediately relaxed. Then I'll pick another one. Seeing the 3 walking back with smiles all the way, Lin Shu couldn't help but laugh. Each of the 3 heroes has its own personality traits. Compared with the 2 of them, Lillian was born more formally and has more profound knowledge. However, the charming witch is not a big family after all, and these aspects are also considered limited. Ahua's body is a ginseng fruit tree, one can tell it's extraordinary at a glance. However, the evolution time is relatively short, and many aspects are not well understood. Just like an ignorant child, with a relatively honest nature. He usually speaks very little, and only speaks eloquently when it comes to planting spiritual grass. Compared with them, Xiaoxuanzi is like a beggar and orphan from a humble background. His aptitude and talent are far from comparable to the 2 of them. But it is also because of the difficulty of survival that I have learned a more humble way of survival. In the face of a crisis, he is quicker than Awa, and has a higher EQ. After choosing to surrender, resolve the grievances between the 2 companions as soon as possible, and the survival skills can be described as max. The 3 of them hurried back all the way. Lillian turned into a silly roe deer lying on Ahua's tree trunk. Little Xuanzi waited on the 2 big sisters all the way. Lin Shu was no longer sleepy at this time, so he simply tried to share Xiaoxuanzi's vision. When I saw this, I couldn't help being surprised. It's like opening your eyes. This ghost knows how many years he has survived in the trial land. The eyes of the forest are everywhere. It can only be seen by sharing his vision. There is an eye-like elf on every big tree. Either floating on the top of the tree or hidden in the trunk, invisible to the naked eye. But you can have a panoramic view of the situation in Fangyuan. This guy's forest eyes are densely packed, and it is impossible to count how many there are for a while. Anyway, this guy's field of view is even bigger than Lin Shu's watchtower. Even beyond the scope of his territory, it is as if a lighthouse is lit on the map at an extreme distance. Where there are trees, there are his forest eyes. Lin Shu can even see the territories of several other lords, and can clearly see their troops mobilizing and going hunting. This guy, a strategic hero, yes. Lin Shu suddenly took a deep breath, and couldn't help re-examining this guy. But it's a pity that these are probably the gains he has made in the land of trials for so many years. When you go to the chaos battlefield, everything will not be so useful from the beginning. It was still dark after the three of them rushed back to the territory. Lin Shu saw Xiao Xuanzi and sent him to Ahua's spiritual grass garden. Both of them are heroes of the plant department, so they directly asked Xiao Xuanzi to help Hua. Running the spirit grass garden well is the biggest effect. Master, quickly taste this Taishuan fruit, at least it is a second-order elixir. Lilian transformed into a human form and nestled in Lin Shu's arms, and handed over a Taishuan fruit fawningly. This fruit is as red as an apple, but the surface has raised particles like strawberries. It smells like a refreshing fragrance, which makes people appetite. Spirit medicines are generally divided into spirit herbs and spirit fruits. Spirit fruit can be eaten raw or used for alchemy. As a lord, he has basically achieved Bigu. There is not much demand for whole grains, but it is beneficial and harmless to eat some spiritual fruits once in a while. Even some powerful spiritual fruits are of great help to the improvement of strength. This Taishuan fruit is obviously one of them. The taste is crisp and moist, it melts in the mouth. It is more than 10 times more delicious than the so-called delicacies in the previous life. Ask for flowers. Don't just be vegetarian, you have to eat some meat in moderation. Lin Shu smiled and stroked the face of the charming witch. Lilian blushed suddenly. Master, I hate. Lilian gradually squatted down and looked up at Lin Shu charmingly. Lin Shu sat on the sofa, enjoying the service of the beauty. The blood moon gradually imprinted into the dark clouds, and suddenly lightning and thunder rumbled in the sky. During the daytime, a light rain started to fall in the trial ground. The 6th day arrived as promised. Place of trial. Filled with a somewhat tense atmosphere, on the penultimate day. There is only one day left before the end, and the time to witness the fate of everyone is coming. It's impossible not to get nervous. With the sound of the boom, the 16th wave of monsters struck. 4 black vortexes appeared around Lin Shu's territory, and a gray vortex appeared and disappeared above his head. The monsters that appeared this time are also different. The ground is surrounded by monsters that look like tigers. The black and white lines on the body are like zebras, and the attributes are average. But the ones in the sky are completely different monsters. Mist Shadow Beast LV35. Life, 30,000. Defense, 2,000. Skills, Water Escape, Fog Shadow. Water Escape. Teleportation can be achieved with the power of water. Fog Shadow. You can be invisible in the fog, and a blow to break the invisible can cause an additional 150% damage. The Mist Shadow Beast seems to be composed of groups of water mist. It is unreal to be seen faintly in the rain. The moment the vortex appeared, it disappeared before Lin Shu could see it clearly. In the next second, it has directly rushed into Lin Shu's territory. One after another, the Mist Shadow Beast shuttled between the arrow towers and launched an attack on the arrow towers. Lin Shu was startled. For the first time it rained, he encountered this kind of monster that can hide in water. If you change to a common lord, I'm afraid you will suffer. But fortunately, his territory is not a normal territory after all. Arrow towers stand tall and dense, and the level is even higher. The terrifying defense-breaking blow of the Mist Shadow Beast can't cause any fatal damage to the arrow tower. Instead, after the water escape, the Eye of Reality in the watchtower is triggered. A glow shrouded within the range of the territory, and all the Mist Shadow Beasts could no longer hide. Only then did Lin Shu see clearly that this was a kind of bird that looked like an eagle. But there are no feathers on the body, but skin like a chameleon. In the rain, it can change the color and almost blend with the rain, and then cooperate with the method of water escape. You can easily teleport and transfer the direction, and the stealth effect is extremely powerful. The sharp claws left deep scars on the arrow tower. If you change the flesh and blood unit casually, I am afraid that a large piece of flesh and blood can be taken away with a single paw. If you are unlucky and get caught in a vital part, it is not uncommon to be killed in seconds. Call out. But the arrow tower is not a vegetarian, the real vision makes all the mist shadow beasts invisible. Arrows shot out one after another, and the mist shadow beast that was close at hand had no time to dodge. In an instant, he was transmigrated into a hedgehog and left gold coins behind. The magic striped tigers on the ground were not much better. More than 20 people sat in the thunder turret with full firepower. Abyssal monsters fell in pieces. Lin Shu didn't pay too much attention to these, but looked up at the looming vortex in the sky. A few minutes later, a black skeleton figure came out of it. A tall skeleton with 2 teams of bone wings behind it. It looks very hideous. Skeleton King, Auric LV50. Epic Boss. Life, 90 million. Attack, 2.5 million. Defense, 2 million. Skills, Backstab, Invisibility, Hidden Strike, Tracking. Lin Shu raised his brows. This newly appeared 5th Auric is actually an epic boss of IV50. The combat power is much higher than the other 3, not weaker than the first one at all. There are all the sky in the southeast, the north and the west. Where will I get another one tomorrow? Lin Shu frowned and muttered, feeling less nervous. He now has a lot of cards in his hand, although it is a bit troublesome to play. But I am still confident that I can take down these bosses. Surrounded by 5 Auric bosses, they quietly watched Lin Shu, who was located in the center of the Lord's mansion. The will-o'-the-wisp in their eyes gradually calmed down, as if they no longer paid attention to the upcoming war. The attitude of the first Auric has also changed again, and the arrival of his partner has doubled his confidence. Build lightning strike turrets, tens of millions. Lin Shu pondered for a moment, waved his hand after a little thought. 79 thunder turrets have sprung up in the territory, and he now has 5 million gold coins in his hand. Moreover, there are 5 abyss monsters in each wave today, and at least 1 million gold coins can be obtained in each battle. It's too wasteful to keep it all in your hands. Just set aside 1 or 2 million yuan to sweep the goods in the mysterious store. 5 minutes later, the construction of Thunder Turret was completed. The level soared like a rocket. Lin Shu looked at his territory and nodded in satisfaction. From an old dilapidated log cabin to today's tall towers. There are 500 arrow towers and 100 thunder turrets, which look extremely spectacular. The only downside is probably that there is no planning and it looks a bit disorganized. However, the place of trial already has this function, giving the new lord a chance to change the plan. No matter how much you learn from books, the effect is not as good as practicing once. Only by personally feeling the defects of messy buildings. Wait until you go to the chaos battlefield to better arrange your own territory. A few minutes later, the monsters of the 16th wave of trials were cleared. Lin Shu's only interest is to go shopping at the mysterious merchant. Seeing that the trial is coming to an end, he also cherishes the opportunity to meet the mysterious businessman more and more. Mighty Lord, take a look. With a familiar tone, Lin Shu looked straight at his backpack. This time there are only 3 items, which can be said to be the least in history. Curling his lips, Lin Shu didn't bother to care about anything. Look at the first one. Cap of Ashes, Lord Equipment. Orange Epic, Equipment Level, IV50. Mana plus 99,999. Spell damage plus 50%. Crit rate plus 4%. Crit damage plus 125%. Ash. Continuously inflicts spell damage equal to the upper limit of its own attack to surrounding enemies every second. Price. 300,000 gold coins. Another piece of epic lord equipment, which just makes up for the shortcomings of Lin Shu's head equipment. Moreover, the properties are somewhat similar to the sacrificial robe. The 2 pieces of equipment look like a fireball when worn. Anyone with weaker strength can be directly scalded to death. The price is slightly more expensive, not 030, as an epic level equipment of level 50. Even if you go to the chaos battlefield, the value is not low. The second piece is a necklace-like piece of equipment. Thunder Pendant of the Windchaser. Hero Equipment. Orange Epic. Equipment Level. IV 50. X plus 50,000. Attack Speed plus 60%. Any attack or being attacked has a chance to trigger a 30,000 real damage chain lightning, causing damage to up to 10 enemies. The movement speed, attack speed of all enemies within 100 meters of the target enemy is reduced by 35%. Price: 200,000 gold coins. The second piece is a hero equipment. The attributes are also quite powerful. The most important thing is the incidental real damage, and the value of this alone will increase a lot. Lin Shu won it without hesitation and gave it to Lillian. She will be the main force in tomorrow's battle. When Lin Shu looked at the last piece of equipment, Lin Shu's eyes lit up. Red Lotus Shield. Hero Equipment. Red Legendary. Equipment Level. IV 65. Plus 300,000. Defense plus 20,000. Armor plus 100. Injury reduction plus 15%. Karmic Fire Red Lotus. Burn the Red Lotus Karmic Fire, counter the same damage caused by the enemy and convert it into pure damage. Red Lotus Shield. Add a Red Lotus Shield to all nearby friendly forces, and return it to all nearby enemies after resisting 1 million points of damage. Price: 1 million gold coins. If the second piece of equipment can greatly enhance Lillian's strength, this third piece of equipment is simply tailor-made for her. A piece of legendary level defensive equipment, the improved frankness is simply exaggerated. Because Lillian has a skill that is inviolable, as long as the enemy who attacks her will be greatly reduced in attack speed and movement speed. Naturally a tank life. However, the flaw is that she is not quite frank enough. Lin Shu was always worried that she would be beaten by a few oryx and instantly kill her. Now with this Red Lotus Shield, the frankness has been greatly improved in an instant. As long as they resist Oryx blow, they will become a living target next. With the various buffs of the Arrow Tower, it is easy to handle. Lillian, here it is for you. Lin Shu happily took it, and consumed most of the 2 million gold coins left in the backpack in an instant. The two pieces of equipment were directly given to Lillian. Epic Pendant, Legendary Equipment. Lillian took the equipment and saw that her eyeballs almost fell out, her face flushed with excitement. Their enchanted witch clan is just a small race that wanders among the major forces, that's all. If it weren't for the alluring face and unique charismatic temperament, I'm afraid they would have been exterminated long ago. Occasionally can be encountered in the epic equipment family, but the legendary equipment. She has never been seen since she was born. Now I have only been with the master for a few days, and the master rewarded me with 2 pieces of epic equipment and 1 piece of legendary equipment. This treatment was something she had never even imagined before. Thank you, master. Lillian looked at Lin Shu with winking eyes, and there was a lot of splendor in her eyes. But I didn't know how to express it for a while. Lillian's loyalty +1. Lin Shu smiled knowingly. This girl has been captured by him for several days. Loyalty finally reached 99. Just a little bit, you can completely subdue it. At that time, even if it is a choice between the master and the group, she will stand by the master without hesitation. Master, let Lillian serve you. Lillian's pretty face was flushed, and she looked at Lin Shu affectionately. The gratitude, admiration, and love in my heart are beyond words, and I can't wait to vent it. Ahem, tonight. Lin Shu let out a dry cough, saying that he couldn't bear it anymore. The second brother, who was about to raise his head, resisted Lillian's request. After all, it's not good to be promiscuous in the daytime, and he still needs to continue to practice fencing and basic body skills. Make final preparations for tomorrow's big battle. You can despise the enemy tactically, but the 6 epic level bosses. The skills are completely unknown, but we must pay attention to them. Otherwise, if the boat capsized in the gutter, everything would be over. The territory is developing step by step. On the other side, Ahua and Xiaoxuanzi are expanding the spiritual grass garden. With the help of Shi soil, the original 4 types of spiritual grass years directly soared and doubled. Ahua is like a hardworking gardener, and opened up a spiritual field dedicated to planting Taishuan fruit in the morning. She knows that this is what the master needs to use. Most of the 1 cubic meter of soil is dedicated to cultivating Taishuan fruit. The jealous eyes that were only shown to Xiao Xuanzi turned red. If he had developed this thing back then, he wouldn't be left with only a 2-star hero in the end. Lin Shu sat cross-legged on the 3rd floor of the Lord's mansion, the Sword of Heaven Michael skillfully shuttled between the defensive towers. There are no more stumbling situations, and the sword control technique has reached the realm of Shaocheng. Flying sword. Lin Shu stood up excitedly. The Sword of Heavenly Michael was floating in front of him. Take a deep breath and force yourself to calm down. After making all the preparations, jump up and fly the sword. Rise. Lin Shu's mind firmly controlled the sword, and the sword took him slowly into the air. Although trembling, it flew steadily. It's done. Yu Jianfei, it's really done. Lin Shu exclaimed, feeling extremely excited. Traveling through the heavens and the earth with a sword, crossing the nether world. The sword fairy is the ultimate fantasy of all men, and at this moment he has really come true. Calm down, take your time. The flying sword suddenly shook violently under the excitement. Lin Shu hurriedly forced himself to calm down. Yujian is different from Yujian flying, and the difficulty is more than 10 times higher. You have to start over and get used to it. Fortunately, Lin Shu is not in a hurry. He can initially control the flying sword as he likes. It is already enough to greatly improve the combat power. Yujian flying is just a magical skill. The combat power will not be greatly improved. The wind is rustling, and the clothes are flying. Lin Shu flying with the sword, overlooking the earth from a high altitude seems to be no different from sharing a watchtower. But the mood is completely different. The flames of the trial land seem to be telling the story of a great battle here a long time ago. The vast land is full of scars. The scorched land, even the trees are black. Occasionally, a bead of tender green saplings can be seen rising from the ground, but they soon attract ferocious beasts to eat them. There is no one in a million who can survive and evolve into a spiritual grass and a spiritual tree. In the extreme distance of the line of sight, you can also see the battle between other lords and the native beasts. Lin Shu felt relaxed and happy. After seeing enough of the vast land, Yu Jian soared into the sky. Looking up at the dim sky, it seemed as if it fell from the sky. A feeling of suffocation made Lin Shu's face turn pale instantly. What happened in the sky of the trial ground? Lin Shu took a deep breath and adjusted himself. He knew that this was an illusion caused by his rapid ascent. When it rises to a certain height, thick dark clouds cover the top of the head as if condensed into substance. Through the dim dark clouds, I can vaguely see the lightning and thunder above the dark clouds, and it never stops for a moment. Boom! The thunder sounded like an explosion beside his ears, making Lin Shu nearly fall down. Those flashes of lightning and thunder are not like the common natural thunder and lightning, and I don't know what they strike on. It shines golden and bright above the dark clouds. If Lin Shu faced the terrifying thunder and lightning, he would be stabbed blind without any doubt. However, flying under the dark clouds can barely see things. As that, the palace. Lin Shu squinted his eyes and stared hard at the dark clouds. A golden thunderbolt seemed to come from beyond the sky. In an instant, the dark clouds turned golden, and Lin Shu could vaguely see the endless palaces. The place of trial is under a group of palaces. Lin Shu was stunned, not knowing where this palace was. I tried my best to look for a long while but couldn't find any figure, as if it was a dead land. Lin Shu's heart moved. Yu Jian flew forward. Today, he is so skilled and bold that he flies directly to a distance of 300 kilometers. Looking up again, golden thunder and lightning still came from time to time above the head, but the palace here has turned into ruins. The dilapidated walls still cannot conceal the grandeur of the palace in the past. Changed the direction and continued to fly. The top of the head is still the same. What the hell is this place? Lin Shu changed several directions, but it was like a monkey flying in the palm of Buddha. Let him fly how, where to fly. The ending is the same. He couldn't help but feel a strong curiosity in his heart. The place of trial has always been like a mystery. Even with the 3,000-year history of the Federation, it seems that since the birth of the Lord profession, there is the existence of the East. All must pass. Only by entering the trial ground can you become a Lord. The high-level human race has never stopped exploring the land of trials, but nothing has been discovered so far. In other words, a discovery has been made, but it has not been made public. Lin Shu thought for a long time, but got nothing. In the end, the exploration could only be given up. The thick dark clouds seemed solid, he tried to enter it but felt suffocating pressure. There is a feeling of entering quicksand or a swamp, the pressure is squeezed from all sides. In the end, he struggled desperately to escape. Forget it, it's none of my business. With lingering fears in his heart, Lin Shu muttered and gave up his plan to go deeper. He made a conservative estimate, wanting to resist the pressure of the dark cloud and enter the top. At least you have to be a diamond level lord or above to have a chance. And this is when the dark clouds are not thick, and there is no more danger in the depths. As a rookie lord, he had to fight to the death, and it would not be worthwhile to lose his life here. Back in the territory, the 17th wave of monsters has ended. Pick it up with a wave of your hand and a button, and then buy a few pieces of junk equipment from the mysterious merchant and throw them to Lillian. Then continue to practice basic body skills. Here, Lin Shu was extremely nourished, but he didn't know that the other lords were howling at the moment. Natives, after all, are not infinite in number. Not everyone is lucky enough to find mineral deposits. More lords just killed dozens or hundreds of beasts or small indigenous tribes. Get a little bit of harvest to get by. Today, there are test monsters that can be invisible again. I don't know how many lords have lost their territories. It is lucky to be able to withdraw in time to save lives, and more lords died directly on the spot. In the Black Forest territory, Han Zhengyu cursed. Seeing that the 6th day is over, he has completely given up the fight for the rookie king. But in the bottom of his heart, he was extremely unwilling. That fellow Lin Shu gave him several slaps. However, I have nothing to do with him. HMPH, no matter how strong you are nothing more than a tower defense lord, and you are destined to be inferior in the later stage. Han Zhengyu can only comfort himself in this way. No matter how powerful the tower defense lord is, he is still the tower defense lord. The doomed flaws cannot be made up for, and the future will inevitably need to depend on another lord to exist. When the time comes to hit his partner by himself, he can also hit Lin Shu. But he also knows that this is nothing more than self-comfort. With Lin Shu's performance and potential, I am afraid that the other top 10 family members will also rush to get it. At that time, he will be regarded as a member of half a big family, and it will not be so easy for him to attack him. Not even possible. The gap with Lin Shu is basically doomed to no way of revenge. The battle ended in less than 10 minutes. It seems that Lin Shu's strength is still beyond my imagination. In another territory, Mo Biadao's eyes flickered. Thinking about how to win over, but thinking of Morang Zan's unabashed tone. He couldn't help laughing bitterly again. Just like the previous two tower defense lords Lu Wushwang and Chen Feng competed for the Thunder Turret. As soon as Lu Wushwang, who was in a hurry, called out to seek a partner, Chen Feng lost his temper in an instant. It is easier for a female tower defense lord to find a male lord than a male tower defense lord to find a female lord. Uncharacteristically, Morang Zan took the initiative to pursue Lin Shu. As a man, he would have no confidence no matter how much he wanted to compete with him. After all, if he were Lin Shu, he would hardly have to think about how to choose between Mo Biadao and Morang Zan. I'm out of action, but my sister. A thought appeared in his mind. Mo Biadao had a flash of inspiration. Immediately my mind became active. His sister was the previous lord, relying on the resources and help given by the family. Now it is the Platinum Lord, strong enough to guard one side. After this time, he is going to join his sister. If he can introduce Lin Shu there, doesn't it mean that it is no different from what I won? Just do it like this, a novice Lord Morang Zan, and a powerful Platinum Lord Fool know how to choose. The more Mo Biadao thought about it, the brighter his eyes became, and he followed his sister. Lin Shu can at least save 10 years of detours, and he doesn't believe that Lin Shu will refuse. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.